Let's get started. Welcome everyone to the July 21st, 2022 meeting of the Boulder City Council. We are going to start with a couple of announcements. So if we could get those up on the screen, please. All right, COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. For information on testing and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. The Boulder site is at 2445 Stasio Drive. That's open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information provider locations, you can go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. Next announcement. So tonight is really transportation night, primarily at the Boulder City Council. So this announcement is right on target. During the entire month of August, RTD will offer zero fares across its system as part of the Zero Fare for Better Air initiative. We'll hear more about this from our RTD rep, Lynn Geisinger, here in a few minutes. This collaborative statewide initiative, made possible by Colorado Senate Bill 22180 in partnership with the Colorado Energy Office, is designed to reduce ground level ozone by increasing use of public transit. Current RTD customers will also benefit, as they will not have to use or purchase fare products from August 1st through the 31st during Colorado's high ozone season. So by taking advantage of free transit in August, you can save money on gas and parking, avoid the frustration of driving in traffic, help improve air quality by reducing single occupant vehicle traffic, and use your commute to catch up on your work, listen to music, or read a book. So for more information, please visit RTD's site at www.rtd-denver.com/zerofare. All right, that's it for our announcements. So I will go ahead and call us to order and ask Alicia if we could do a roll call.
Yes, sir, of course. And good evening, everyone. Let's start with Councilmember Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Here.
Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
Proud to be here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much, Alicia. Now, if I could get a motion to amend the agenda, please, to add item 1A, declaration honoring the life of Cleela Rorex and renumbering the current A and B to B and C.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second for motion to amend the agenda. All in favor? Raise your virtual hand. Okay, it's a little stagger step, but I think that was unanimous. Great. So the agenda is duly amended. So I will now turn to Councilmember Yates to read the declaration.
Well, thank you, Aaron. And it is my honor tonight to read this declaration honoring Cleela Rorex. And this declaration will be read tonight on behalf of council. And then Mayor Brockett will be reading this declaration in a couple of days at a community event honoring Cleela at the JCC. And I hope many members of the community can join that. And Aaron will read this declaration again that day. And Marty Moore, who's the executive director of Boulder County, is with us this evening. And I think Marty is going to receive this declaration and maybe say a few words after if I read it. And then Taylor, I think you've got a little slideshow to present while I'm reading. So start that whenever you're like. So this is a declaration naming Cleela Rorex Day, July 23, 2022. Rarely does a person do something so bold and courageous that they are remembered for the act long after they are gone. Most of us live quiet, unassuming lives. And when we pass, we are remembered for a while by family and friends, and then the world moves on. It has been said that there are 3 deaths. The first is when the body ceases to function. The second is when the body is consigned to the grave. And the third is that moment, sometime in the future, when your name is spoken for the last time. For some, their lives were so impactful that they never suffer the ignominy of this third death. In effect, they live on forever. Although her soul left her body on June 19, Cleela Rorex will live on forever. The defining moment in her nearly 79-year life occurred when Cleela was merely 31, having been elected Boulder County Clerk only a few months earlier. Cleela faced a challenge that her Methodist upbringing ill-prepared her for. A gay couple came to Cleela's county clerk office in March 1975 and asked her to issue them a marriage license. Cleela confirmed with the Boulder County attorney that there was no law actually prohibiting her from issuing the marriage license to the two men. So on March 26, 1975, she issued the license. It was the first same-sex marriage license issued in the United States. Cleela would go on to issue 5 more marriage licenses to gay couples in the spring of 1975, before the Colorado Attorney General told her to stop. Cleela was an outspoken feminist who took a pragmatic approach to issuing marriage license to a gay couple. Said Cleela many years later, quote, "We were asking for equal rights. Who would I be to deny someone else who was asking for the same equal rights? So I issued the license, and all hell broke loose." In the face of a recall effort, Cleela would resign as Boulder County Clerk, never again to stand for elected office. With those 6 marriage licenses in 1975, Cleela started a fight that would last for 40 years. It took until the 2015 Supreme Court decision in Obergefell versus Hodges before same-sex marriages would be legal throughout the United States. Many credit Cleela for being the catalyst for same-sex marriage, the person who had the courage to do what no one else had ever done before. Reflecting on 31-year-old Cleela's actions in 1975, out Boulder County Executive Director Marty Moore explained, quote, "She didn't know any gay people. She did it because it was the right thing to do." Queer historian Glenda Russell observed, quote, "She was out on her own in the beginning. There was not much support outside of the LGBTQ plus community for what she did." Governor Jared Polis hailed Cleela as a woman ahead of her time. Said Marty, quote, "That act of courage changed the course of her life and the course of the lives of countless LGBTQ plus people." What Cleela never backed down from the same-sex marriage licenses she issued in the spring of 1975. She was modest about her role in the decades-long national debate over marriage equality. Cleela's life philosophy can possibly be best summed up by a sign that her son found in her Longmont home shortly after she died on June 19. It said simply, "Be a mermaid, make waves." And so, in honor of the waves Cleela made to ensure dignity and equality for countless same-sex couples across the country and around the world, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares July 23, 2022, her 79th birthday, as Cleela Rorex Day. Please join us in remembering Cleela Rorex and honoring her courage.
Thank you so much for that, Bob. Cleela is truly a hero to all of us. And I'll turn now to Marty Moore, Executive Director of Out Boulder County. Marty, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Yates and Taylor for the beautiful slideshow. And thanks to the City of Boulder for this declaration. The City of Boulder is an amazing place, and for LGBT rights in particular. We have been the leader from Cleela to Penfield Tate to Jean Dabowski, and the list goes on, to the group of young lesbians from CU who made sure that our municipal code protected gays and lesbians. We're the first municipality in the nation to do that. And so this is a meaningful declaration from the city. And I know that our community has the support of each of you as council members. And for that, I'm truly grateful. I'm going to make a few comments, and then I'm going to share something that I wrote today. And if you read our newsletter, you've already heard it, so go get a cup of coffee, but we'll do that. And Neil Fishman, who's a resident of the City of Boulder, he and I are trying hard to get Cleela's name attached to the federal marriage bill. And Nadler sent it through so fast that we didn't get it done in the House. So if it goes back to the House with any kind of amendments, we're trying very hard through Senator Bennett's office to get Cleela's name attached, because the 6 licenses that she issued are valid licenses. They were the first in the nation. You may hear some talk about, well, it was done in Minnesota, but it wasn't done by, they're not valid. These stood and ensured 40 years later that binational couple were able, one of the members was able to get his green card. It took 40 years. So I wanted to share that with you. I also wanted to share one aside, which is we have 1,000 tests available for any community member that wants at-home tests. Please stop by 3340 Mitchell Lane and pick those up. But back to this, I'm gonna take my eyes away from you and share something. Cleela is a personal friend of mine, so this is all kind of hard. It's been interesting doing press and public speaking when there's so much emotion behind it. So I'm gonna choose to read. This is written by me. I remember one night quietly turning on my little black and white TV, hoping the clicking of the changing the channels didn't alert my mom to the fact that I was watching Johnny Carson well past my bedtime. That night, Johnny was talking about a county clerk in Boulder, Colorado, who wouldn't marry a cowboy and his horse, but was marrying homosexuals. Cleela hated that story. She thought it was disrespectful to the LGBT community and that it totally missed the point of what she was doing. I don't think she hated the fact that young people like me were about to begin thinking maybe they weren't really broken. Of course, I never told anyone what I learned on the Tonight Show. In 1972, my mom let me subscribe to Ms. Magazine. I was a budding little feminist who had to know what Gloria Steinem was writing about. Burning bras was the big news of the day in rural Colorado. And in 1975, Cleela took the burning of the bras to a new level and ran for Boulder County Clerk. That year, I was reading about ways to change the world, but Cleela was already doing it. Fast forward to what feels like a million years for me, and I'm living in Boulder County. Civil unions were a year old, and it was my job to invite Cleela Rorex to an anniversary party. I was trepidatious, but I went ahead and sent that email. The woman I found on the other end of that email was kind, excited for the opportunity to celebrate, comfortable in sharing stories, and very inquisitive. I made a friend that day, a friend that many of you already had, a friend to the entire LGBTQ+ community, whether they know it or not. Seems that everyone has a story about Cleela. The time she ran for office, the time she visited China, the time she called to check on you, the card she sent for your anniversary, the time she said, I never thought about it like that, and the time she said, I'm proud of you. Saturday is Cleela Rorex Day in Boulder County, a day to acknowledge Cleela's life's work for fighting for equality. Cleela's one brave act gave hope to gay men and lesbians throughout the world. I know it was throughout the world because I have seen the letters of gratitude she saved. I have also read the letters from the good, quote, Christians, telling her to repent, telling her she was going to hell, telling her she wasn't welcome in Boulder County. Her decision to do what she thought was right had a huge impact on her life. Today, when you hang your rainbow flag in honor of Cleela Rorex, I hope you'll take a moment to say thank you to her. Thank her for being the best ally anyone could ask for. Thank her for making Boulder County home. Thank her for volunteer dedication to the LGBTQ+ community. Thank her for being the first light of hope that many of us ever had, that one day we might have equal rights too. Today, I ask you to be as strong as Cleela Rorex in the fight we have ahead of us, to be as willing to risk it all. A paycheck, a reputation, family, and friends in the fight for equality. Thank you, and thank you for this declaration, and thanks for all that you do to make sure that Boulder is a place where we all belong.
Thank you so much for that, Marty. Thanks for being here, and thank you for those powerful words. I really appreciate it. Okay, We will move on now to our item 1B, and this is an update from Boulder County on a transportation initiative. And I'd like to invite County Commissioner Claire Levy to join us and introduce this item. Claire, welcome to our meeting.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here. And before I start with the matter at hand on the agenda, I just want to say that it was really meaningful for me to be able to hear that presentation, and the resolution and Marty's words were just really moving. So I'm glad that I got to be here. So I'm here and to update you on Boulder County's plans for a ballot measure this fall to fund transportation. And I really appreciate the opportunity to take some of your time. I know you have a lot on the agenda, but we wanted to just provide an overview of our ongoing progress to explore this potential transportation sales tax, extension of an existing tax actually. And we'll be taking public comment on this proposal at a hearing on August 4th. And the agenda and the link to that meeting will be published on the Boulder County website later this evening. The website is bouldercounty.gov. We've just transitioned to the .gov appendix. So just for a little bit of background, for the past 20 years, the county has had a 1/10 of a penny sales tax that has been used to fund multimodal transportation improvements throughout Boulder County based on the county's 2020 Transportation Master Plan. This funding is needed to continue investments in the county's multimodal transportation system and to leverage partnerships with local, regional, state, and federal funding opportunities so that we can stretch those limited dollars. What we're proposing and what we'll be considering in our meeting is actually an extension of the existing sales tax. It won't be an increase in that tax. And these transportation improvements will support our countywide transportation plan and help achieve the county's goals to create a safe, affordable, equitable, and sustainable transportation network for people of all ages and stages of life. So we're hoping to get your input this evening, field any questions that you may have, and take some suggestions. But before I turn it over to Kathleen Brackey, I also wanted to make you aware that Boulder County is going to be considering 2 other tax proposals at public hearings also on August 4th, and the links to those will be found on our website as well. One would fund emergency response and rescue, including both services and a facility to house our rescue operations. And the other would fund wildfire mitigation activities. Together, these 2 proposals would address the need basically to keep people safe. As people recreate in Boulder County, and we've all seen an increase in numbers of people that are using our open space. Every day the daily camera seems to publish a report of a rescue. Those are done with volunteers, but the equipment and the training is all really important. So we are going to be considering these also at a public hearing, and I did want to just make you aware of that. So just with that little bit of introduction, I am going to turn it over to Kathleen Brackey. Many of you know her. She's our absolutely indispensable Deputy Director of Community Planning and Permitting, and she and I believe Stacy Proctor are both going to be making the presentation this evening. They've been doing the lion's share of the planning for this ballot measure to extend this tax. So thanks for letting me join you, and I'll look forward to hearing your questions later.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Levy, and also Mayor Brockett and all of you on the City of Boulder City Council. I'm really thrilled to be here tonight and see so many familiar faces as well as new faces. So thank you for giving us this opportunity to share an update on Boulder County's transportation sales tax. We can go to the next slide, please, Stacy. And as Commissioner Levy said, joining me tonight is Stacy Proctor, who's also part of our Boulder County Transportation Planning Team. And we're also joined by Tim Swope with Boulder County's Public Works staff. I think Tim may be having some computer trouble, but he's planning to join us. So again, thank you for inviting us. And we just want to provide an overview of transportation in Boulder County, transportation funding today, some of the options and considerations that we've given to how can we move forward, given that our current sales tax for transportation is expiring in mid-2024. So we're coming up on that critical time frame. We also have some polling information to share. And then as Commissioner Levy said, we really are here to seek your input and suggestions to help us as we come forward with the proposal at the public hearing on August 4th. So with that, Stacy, let's go ahead to the next slide, please. We thought it would be helpful as we're talking about transportation in Boulder County. We have a brief video to share that I think helps to give that whole picture about what types of transportation are we talking about across the county, and really all of the people that we are trying to serve through transportation. So we'll go ahead and show this quick video before we proceed. Thank you.
Boulder County is a great place to live, work, and play, with beautiful scenery, countless opportunities for recreation, a strong sense of community, and robust local economies. There's so much to love about Boulder County. Our multimodal transportation network connects our communities and places we want to go. Whether it's taking transit to work, riding a bike on the US 36 bikeway, walking our kids to school, or driving to an appointment, Boulder County's multimodal transportation network helps to get us there.
Going forward, Boulder County's transportation needs are changing, and the transportation system must adapt to meet the community's changing needs. Not everyone has access to all transportation options, and too often our current methods of transportation are too expensive and contribute to climate change and poor air quality. To achieve our community's vision of a safe, sustainable, affordable, and inclusive transportation network, we need to work together to prioritize our transportation investments and plan for a future that serves all of us.
To address the challenges we face now and in the future, Boulder County's Transportation Master Plan provides a blueprint for us to work off of. And as we prepare for the future of getting around our county, we want to continue hearing from you on what you'd like to see the county prioritize.
The TMP includes projects to improve Boulder County roadways, transit, regional trails, and bicycle and pedestrian facilities.
We're working with local and state partners on planning improvements for our regional corridors, such as Colorado 119, US 287, and Colorado 7. Our focus is on the community and giving users multimodal mobility choices, regardless of where they are coming from and going to in Boulder County and beyond.
Vision Zero is our ambitious safety program. We set a goal to eliminate serious injury and fatal traffic crashes in unincorporated Boulder County by 2035. We are dedicated to achieving our goal and providing the public with a transportation system where anyone can travel about the county safely and comfortably, regardless of mode. We are going to achieve our goal by collaborating with stakeholders, engaging with the public, and using a proactive, data-driven approach to eliminate crashes and prioritize safer road design and educational strategies.
Boulder County's Mobility for All and youth transportation programs address the unique needs of our vulnerable and underserved populations. We know that transportation is essential to accessing education, healthcare, recreation, and economic opportunities in Boulder County. By enhancing mobility and transportation options for people of all ages, abilities, and incomes, we foster vibrant, healthy, and equitable communities.
We are enhancing our mountain area connections by creating programs and services that are designed for the unique needs of the county's mountain communities. We are working to continue our strong history of combining local, state, and federal funding to bring the community's transportation vision to life. Boulder County prioritizes investments in multimodal corridors to give people options to use all modes of transportation and support our clean air and climate goals. With your help, all of these programs and projects can come together to create a safe, equitable, affordable, sustainable, and resilient transportation system in Boulder County.
Great, thanks, Stacy. And Tim Swope from Public Works has joined us. So thanks for being here, Tim, with us. So again, I hope the video helps to showcase all of the different types of transportation, and again, all of the people that we are designing and developing and planning and offering programs and services for. And when we think about transportation, it's all of the different facets that bring that transportation system forward. So it's the road maintenance and the snow plowing, the transit operations, as well as the projects, capital projects for people walking and biking and taking all modes. Our transportation system for Boulder County is funded through a variety of sources, but this particular funding, which is our transportation sales tax, that 1/10 of a penny sales tax that has been in place for approximately over 20 years, is really the bread and butter foundational funding for our multimodal system. It is the funding that we use to offer transit services and the mobility programs, as well as our capital projects for bikeways and transit as well. So this funding that we're talking about tonight and the ideas and proposals we're bringing forward are really to be able to help create and sustain and expand our multimodal transportation system throughout Boulder County in alignment with our transportation master plan goals, or our countywide transportation plan, as I prefer to call it. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. When we look at our current sales tax and we look back over the years, over the last 20 years, the map here on the right helps to show the location and type of some of the projects that we've been able to invest in. And many of these projects have been done through partnerships with local communities, like with the City of Boulder and with other communities across Boulder County, and also going together for grant applications through like the Denver Regional Council of Governments and state and federal options. But it's really amazing to think about the magnitude of investment that's been made in terms of the roadway shoulders for to help cyclists and safety for all road users, our intersection improvements, regional trails, transit, and our bicycle and pedestrian facilities as well. There's even little arrows that go off the map that show kind of goes on beyond and up into the mountain communities as well. So we try to invest these dollars in a way that benefit people traveling across Boulder County and connecting the communities together. Let's go to the next slide, please, Stacy. So why are we here this evening in particular? It's to talk about our current transportation funding for Boulder County. And as I mentioned, our current transportation sales tax is set to expire in mid-2024. So as a transportation planner, that feels like tomorrow for me. So we really need to be thinking about this now and thinking ahead to how do we develop options for consideration to extend that funding so that we have reliable, predictable, and sustainable funding sources for these critical transportation improvements going forward. And so that's really why the timing is so critical for us right now, is to make sure that we are able to create that connection going forward and not have a break in time. The other piece that is so important about our timing is that, as you all know, through the federal infrastructure bill and then in Colorado through Senate Bill 260, this is the first time in decades, truly decades, that there has been funding to go for at the state level, at the federal level, again through DRCOG. We used to talk about, and George Gerstle, who used to work at the county, would often say we would talk about what we can't do with the money we don't have. That had been our decades of transportation funding conversations. And now there is, thankfully, through the leadership at the state and federal level, new funding for multimodal transportation and sustainable transportation and Vision Zero safety type projects. And so we want to be able to position Boulder County and the communities in Boulder County to be able to go after that new money, because as we know, all of those sources of new dollars are exciting and they're out there, but they all require local matching funds to put successful applications together. And we have a strong track record of doing that across Boulder County, and again, in partnership with local communities like the City of Boulder. But we want to be able to continue that and be able to go after and secure those additional state and federal funds. And then I also think it's always important to talk about what happens if we don't do this. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this is our critical foundational funding for multimodal transportation. So if we're not able to continue this funding source, we would not be able to continue the types of transit and mobility programs that we have today. We would basically be looking at the existing system as it is today and focusing on basic core level maintenance. So this is very serious and important for us and very timely. And that's why we're so interested in your feedback to us so that we can bring forward options that would be successful. Let's go to the next slide, please, Stacy. So when we talk about the types of projects that these investments would accomplish, again, it's across the whole breadth of the transportation system. It's continuing to add bikeable shoulders in our mountain areas, and those shoulders are improve safety for everyone using all modes. Being able to sustain and grow our mobility programs, again, for people of all ages and stages of life. Be able to continue to create the Boulder County Trail Master Plan. We have a large network of off-road trails that we would like to be able to continue implementing, as well as harder surface commuter bikeways. And then continuing our transit service. We've been very successful in being able to offer transit services through Boulder County that help complement what is being done locally and by RTD. So a great example, obviously, that you all know locally is the HOP service. And then a service that Boulder County is providing is the Ride Free Lafayette on-demand service. And then how are we working together to be able to create new possible transit investments as well that connect, for example, Lyons to Boulder. Boulder County just started our new Lyons Flyer service this summer. It replaces the Y route that used to be operated by RTD and was suspended during COVID. So we're looking to provide lots of different types of transit service. And then very important about our regional corridors. And as the video alluded to, and as all of you are familiar, we work together to advance the Northwest area mobility corridors and those multimodal options for bus rapid transit, commuter bikeways, and safety improvements. Let's go ahead to the next slide, please. As we've been giving this presentation out around Boulder County to different audiences, we've been getting a lot of questions when we talk about these types of transportation projects and services. We're in this business every day. We recognize transportation has a lot of jargon. We have a lot of terminology that we think makes sense, but doesn't make sense to anyone else. So we thought it would be helpful to describe in a little more detail what we mean by, for example, our mobility programs. Boulder County is just in the process of completing our very first coordinated human services plan. Again, very people-centric transportation services and options to enhance affordability, enhance different ways to access transportation through car share and bike share, and more affordable options for being able to access transit. So we're really looking through these mobility programs to live into our equity goals and look at how are we customizing transportation programs and services to meet the diverse needs across Boulder County. So these are some examples that are out there today that come from our coordinated human services plan. And as I mentioned, that plan is just getting finalized. There is a copy up on our website, and we're really excited to have that first plan in place for Boulder County. Let's go to the next slide, please. And then we also want to describe in more detail what we mean by our roadway safety and resilience projects. Through Boulder County's transportation plan, we have a very, I think, very important policy around, it's not about building more roads or bigger roads or wider roads, more capacity. It's how do we work with the existing roadway system and enhance safety? Again, safety is core to our mission, our Vision Zero goals to eliminate all serious and fatal crashes. So how are we able to improve intersections and again, the shoulders, some of our roadways in unincorporated Boulder County that need very important safety repairs throughout the county and including in the mountain communities. The other part of our roadway system that's very important is how are we enhancing the resilience of the system? We all know that we are facing the impacts of climate related events today, and we have been and we will unfortunately continue to be, and we're trying to do everything we can to create a more sustainable future. But we know we need to enhance our roadway infrastructure to make it more sustainable, including our bridges and other infrastructure pieces. So this is an important part of our investment package. Let's go to the next slide, please, Stacy. And then I mentioned briefly our regional trails and bikeways. Again, I think this helps to illustrate the diversity of the types of trails and facilities for people walking and biking throughout Boulder County. But our goal is to continue to build out the regional trails master plan, again, connecting to the robust network of trails that's within the communities. And so we could connect more across the county, and then adding the commuter bikeways, like this picture here is of US 36. That is really serving as a role model for all of the regional corridors so that we can enhance that and add it to corridors like the 119 diagonal and Colorado 7 and 287 as well. And I think another important piece around our bikeway network, and that's been demonstrated by US 36, is the importance of connecting people with transit. So it's the connection between modes as well. So let's go to the next slide, please, Stacy. And speaking of transit, when we're working on transit in Boulder County and looking at how we can invest in the system, it's all types of transit. We have the on-demand services in Lafayette. We're working with the City of Boulder and with the Boulder Chamber and the business community and RTD on a new idea for the gun barrel on-demand shuttle. And then our recreational shuttles, both to Hesse and to Eldo. What I think is exciting about the Hesse shuttle this summer, and I'll put in an extra plug, is we've been able to fund, buy up the fare box on the NB bus between Boulder and Nederland on the days that the Hesse shuttle is running. So you could travel for free by bus from Boulder all the way up to go hiking. So we're trying to pair together the programs and the services together. And then again, all different types of transit, local. I mentioned our new Lions Flyer service, and then the Flex Express service between Boulder County and Larimer County, again, that is co-funded through the partnerships with City of Boulder and City of Longmont and Loveland and Fort Collins and the university. So wanting to be able to sustain and grow the different types of transit options that can serve people throughout the county and connecting people on beyond. Next slide, please, Stacy. And then we often talk about our regional corridors. And again, this map is from our transportation plan and highlights a lot of our regional corridors that connect our communities together. And each one of these corridors is important in and of itself. As I mentioned, the bus rapid transit, the biking and safety improvements. But what helps me when I look at this map and I think about the network of mobility, by creating each of these corridors and identifying funding through our sales tax that can be, we can't afford to build any of these corridors by ourselves. We need to find ways to take a seed of money and grow it into partnerships locally and regionally, state and federal, to bring about this, each of the corridors, but most importantly, this network of mobility as well. Let's go ahead to the next slide, please, Stacy. So as we were starting on this process earlier this year, looking at how do we consider our current funding level at the low bookend, which is the 0.1%, all the way up to a penny. And we said, what are those different options? And then if we can flip to the next slide, Stacy, can you flip to the next one, please? There we go. So the idea was, okay, we look at different funding levels. I talk with my hands, which is hard on Zoom, but and then what could be funded within each of those buckets at the different levels of funding. So that was a process we went through earlier this year and reached out to representatives from the different communities. And obviously at the higher levels, there's more things you can fit in the bucket of funding. But each of the levels allow us to sustain what we're doing today. And so as we were going through this process, we also, let's go ahead to the next slide, Stacy. Thanks. In addition to that, we did the Boulder County did polling on all of these different potential ballot items and including 3 different levels of funding for the transportation sales tax. One of the levels was continuing at the current 0.1%, another was at 0.3, and then the high end at 0.7. And as the results showed, basically where people feel comfortable, where the voters are more comfortable is at the 0.1% level. So that would be a continuation of the current funding level. And the others, and that polled about 69%, and then the others were significantly lower than that. So based on that information, we really felt it's important to go forward with a proposal that's at that current level. Even though, through our scenario analysis, we looked at all different types, at the end of the day, it's really what the voters will feel comfortable with. What is the appetite that's out there? We recognize we're in very challenging financial times and families are facing a lot of different financial pressures. So we take all of this to heart, and we really see that those polling results really lead us in the direction of a straight extension at the 0.1%. Stacy, let's go to the next slide, please. And I've just got a couple more slides and we'll open it up for questions. So we've really been then focusing on, well, then what are the options and opportunities to invest with that current funding level, and what would that look like in terms of how do we go forward from here? Let's go to the next slide, so a little more visual on that. So we looked at these pie charts. The one on the left is how we've expended the sales tax dollars in the past, and kind of looking at categories of projects as I described. And again, about 60% of that funding was going to roadway safety, 15% for regional trails, 15% for transit, and 10% for regional corridors. So we took a look at that, and then we also looked going forward, again, with our current transportation plan and our new human services plan, and said, well, okay, well, how could we slice and dice the pie for the future? And again, this is just a starting point to start the conversation, but this option would be kind of centering the roadway safety projects at 55% and keeping the regional trails at 15%, transit at 15%, and then regional corridors at 10%, but being able to insert approximately a 5% slice of the pie for those mobility equity programs going forward, so that there could be predictable, sustainable funding for those, and also help us have funding to go after future grant opportunities. So again, this is just meant to be illustrative as an example, and we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. And as part of this process, in terms of looking at the different ways to slice the pie, we've also developed a draft project list for the first 15 years of the next 15 years of the sales tax. And we've been sharing that draft project list with staff from each of the local communities. So I appreciate the input that we've received from City of Boulder and others. This is kind of a breakdown of how it's looking right now, but again, it's very much in the draft stage. And I'll say that everyone we've sent the list to, almost all of the emails I've gotten back have said, well, that's nice, but I'd like to add some more projects and we'd like to increase the dollar amount for each of them. And I think, well, that's good, but it's making it really hard to get the math to line up. So we're trying to look at how do we balance this out. And in looking at all of that and the ongoing need for funding, one of the proposals we would like to bring forward for the commissioner's consideration is extending the tax on an ongoing basis rather than another 15-year fixed kind of sunset. So just again, recognizing the magnitude of the need and the ongoing nature of these projects, our hope would be we could do something that's a more sustainable and longer term over time. Let's go to the next slide, please. And that really gets us to why we're here tonight. We'd like to hear your input and feedback, suggestions around the project categories. What do you all think would be a good balance of approach? And then what do you think would be most supported by the community? Those are some of the questions to tee up our conversation. I just have one last slide around what our next steps look like. So we're continuing our outreach with the local communities this month and into early August, again, leading into the August 4th public hearing. We're appreciating the input on the draft project list from the local communities. And then, as we mentioned, our hearing will be on August 4th. So Stacy, let's go back to the last slide that had the questions on it. And I'd just really like to turn it over to you all for any additional questions for us.
Great. Well, thanks so much for that, Kathleen and Claire. Kathleen, having you at a council meeting makes it feel like old times. It's good to have you back.
Wonderful.
So appreciate all that information. And so maybe we can open it up to questions or comments. I'm just going to get us started off with a quick one. Is that draft project list publicly accessible? And if so, can you tell us where to find that?
Sure. It is available. I think it's on our website, but if not, I will make sure we can send it out to you. We have provided a copy to staff as well. And I just want to emphasize it's in draft form and we're getting a lot of comments and suggestions around it. So, but I'll make sure that we provide you with a copy.
Great. I appreciate that. And I think we might stop screen sharing so we can see each other. I think we know what those questions are, and then I'll call on Nicole and then Matt.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I appreciate your making time to tell our community about this. I just had a quick question. You mentioned the state and federal partnerships as a way of helping to fund these projects. And I was just wondering what of kind of the project costs for the draft projects, what percentage are you expecting to come from these federal and state sources versus the sales tax? And does that sort of align with the historical pattern of how these projects have been funded in the past?
Sure, that's a great question. And Tim or Stacy, feel free to jump in on the response as well. Typically for like a federally funded project or a project through the Denver Regional Council of Governments Transportation Improvement Program, it's typically 80% federal and 20% local. Often on the larger projects, what we might do is cost share the 20%. So there's been examples like the Colorado 7 corridor design project we went in on together with City of Boulder, Boulder County, and City and County of Broomfield, where we cost shared the local match. In some types of federal funding, a 20% match is not enough to be competitive, particularly the larger scale types of projects. So for example, on the Colorado 119 corridor, we have put in a grant request for a federal program called RAISE. And that was actually where we were trying to get, I think we have over 40% local match to make that more competitive. And that local match funding was a combination of local plus Colorado Department of Transportation funding. So each one kind of is a little different, but generally speaking, it's the 80-20 rule.
Great, thank you. And just to answer your questions to us, I would be really interested in hearing about your engagement process and what you're finding in terms of the different groups in the community and how they feel about where these different project categories should be funded. So that, I know it's more of a question for you in answer to your question, but that's where I would prioritize.
Okay, sure. I'm glad to share that, and it's been really interesting in talking with again different groups across the county, and we've seen a lot of interest in the bikeway category of projects and also in transit. And what's interested me or maybe surprised me is the high level of interest in the transit categories in East Boulder County. So I presented a couple weeks ago to the town of Erie, and they're very interested in transit and how could we look at ways to grow that area of funding. We've also had a lot of interest and support for funding the mobility programs as well. And so that was another reason why we tried to squeeze in a little bit of a new slice of pie in there for the mobility programs. So that's some of the flavor. I don't know if Stacy or Tim, if you'd like to share other thoughts we've heard.
Well, I think one thing that's become apparent is that Boulder County is a very diverse county, and their approaches and thoughts in different communities. But there is, I think, a need for the county to continue to do what we're doing and provide all these connections to all the different towns and cities.
Thanks for that. Matt?
Thanks, Aaron. And thank you, Commissioner Levy, for being here. I know you have, and your fellow commissioners have a lot going on, so thanks for joining us tonight. And thanks, Kathleen, for the presentation. My two questions center on sort of just, I guess, maybe a little larger and maybe also historical context. What's sort of the past successes of transportation taxes at the county level? I know we've struggled to get the statewide ones passed at a number of bites at the apple over the past years, but I'm wondering what the track record is on how well these do when they go to the voters at the county level historically. Have we had a lot of good success, or do they generally meet some? So I'm sort of curious what that track record is, sort of setting the stage for maybe where this is headed.
Great. Tim, do you want to take that? You've been involved in many of them.
Well, I wasn't involved in the 2000 vote, but yeah, the original sales tax, I think, was at a time when there was really nothing multimodal in Boulder County. And that was in 2000 or 2001. And then we did try to double it to 0.2% in 2006. And there were we didn't have a detailed enough list of projects, and that didn't pass. But then in 2007, it was renewed. So we've really been at this for 22 years. The first one was a 7-year tax, and most recently the 15-year tax that's going to end in 2024.
Thank you for that. My other question kind of dovetails on that a little bit, kind of with regards to that sort of indefinite horizon on the tax. And generally, I like knowing if we got what we need and we know it's nice to sort of have that certainty to plan around. I'm curious also on the flip side does having a sunset, right? Because sometimes you put it on the back burner and then you just sort of let it be there. And there might be times where you need to reach out and increase a tax or modify it to meet with modified needs. Again, is there tend to be any sort of precedent or history around the advantages of having a sunset where we know we can take another bite at that apple, maybe increase it to meet current demand, or coming back to the voters on an indefinite tax that exists? Does that seem to be any issue or what have you in terms of coming back if we need to calibrate it down the road?
Thanks for that question. I might take a crack at that. We'll see how well I can do with it. This is one where our polling firm, Bob Drake, Tommy Drake, made the observation that we polled at a 15-year tax, but for most people's time horizon, their planning and their sense of their finances and their future, that basically is forever. And he did not see a particular downside to trying to go for a permanent tax. And I think the way we'd like to position this is to get this 1/10 of a cent in as our ongoing base funding so that it's secure. and so that the voters understand that this is an ongoing need. This is not, a special thing that we've got a finite list, and when we get this list done, we won't need it anymore. I think we really have to be honest with the voters about the fact that if we were to make it a 15-year tax, we'd be coming back to them again to extend it. So let's just call it what it is. And then, we saw very briefly that slide that showed what we would be able to do if we were to have some additional tax money, and the list is very exciting. So that having this secure, I think, will provide us with an opportunity down the road to think about enhancing it, probably not in perpetuity, but for a shorter period of time, to really speed up our implementation of the Transportation Master Plan and the progress that the public really wants to see on those NAMS corridors.
Well, you nailed that. That made total sense to me. So I appreciate that response. And I'll just sort of answer one of the questions that was posed. In terms of where that category fits in, that's important to me is multimodal and really connecting all of our sister communities through transit and bike. And if we're thinking about these 15 or 20 some year horizons, really thinking about how do we plan for making sure we have less vehicles on the road and start to build that future for ourselves. And so that leaning on transit and bike corridors to me seems pretty essential to sort of allow us to arrive at that future. So that sort of priority, I think, is quite important to sort of keep building on. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. I'm not seeing any hands raised. I'll just offer a brief comment. I'll just reinforce what Matt just said, that I do hear from our residents a lot about the importance of those regional connections, right? So the bikeways, like, for example, that we need better bike connections from Gun Barrel to Central Boulder, which run on county roads, right? Like J Road, for example, which a lot of people are scared to bike on. So just would love to see more of those bikeways connecting our different communities. And of course, we all work super hard on regional transit. And that, of course, is a very high priority as well. I do love to see your equity program in that proposed tax revision. So I think that's a great idea as well.
If I could just make one more comment or observation, on that point, and to Matt Benjamin's point as well about the regional transportation and how people really do want to get around. This is where working in conjunction with the city of Boulder is going to be really important. And I was following very closely your conversation about allowing Class 1 and Class 2 electric bikes on some of your city trails. We've heard from the bicycle commuters how difficult it is to make that transition from the county trails where they are allowed to the city trails where they aren't. And I'm not trying to lobby you for a result here, but just that our system is coordinated. It has to be coordinated. And if we can get more bicycle commuters on Highway 7, Arapahoe, which we do not want to widen, that's going to help move more people. Once they get to Boulder, they need to be able to get around Boulder. So as we continue to work on this, we're going to want to work really closely with you.
Absolutely. And we appreciate that collaboration. The county and the city have been close partners for decades, and we're extremely grateful for that, in our regional bodies like DRCOG and Northwest American Commissioner Coalition and many other arenas. So it's deeply appreciated. I know our staffs work together extremely well, and we got to keep it up, and I know we will. Mark, you have a comment?
Just a quick question. First, thank you for coming tonight, Claire. Greatly appreciate it. Without going into the specific numbers, with respect to the higher levels of taxation that you polled, how badly were they underwater as you moved up the chain?
If you don't know those numbers off the top of your head, Kathleen, I can get my hands on them pretty quickly. I think they did not break 60. Okay. I think they were in the upper 50s. So it wasn't hopeless, but what our concern, because the existing sales tax will expire, we didn't want to go for the higher number and not succeed. So we were really trying to play it safe with this, but I can get my hands on that number pretty quickly here.
I wouldn't. Don't worry about it. I was just kind of curious if you knew offhand.
Yeah, the other thing about the polling numbers too was the higher number, the higher rate had a much higher percentage of strongly opposed, whereas continuing the current rate had very few people who were strongly opposed to it. So our pollster was saying that that was significant and one of the reasons why he recommended the extension at the current rate.
Thank you. Fair enough.
Lauren?
Yeah, sorry, I will try not to spend too much time on this, but I guess I was just wondering if there was a voter education portion to this, or was it just, we're going to extend this tax and was it just based on numbers, or was there a little bit of explanatory portion to what kinds of things you might be implementing with this tax?
In the poll?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was basically the ballot question as it would appear, and that's usually what's done. Because if you do more than that, it is persuasion, and you don't really get a good number.
I hear you. I think, as you laid out, just some of those things that you can do over time with a little bit more funding are pretty exciting. In terms of what sort of proposals I'm really interested in, I think I really strongly align sort of with what Matt and Aaron were talking about in terms of, protected bikeways and then transit options, bus and things like that.
And I did find it was 59% for the 0.3% and 58% for the 0.7%. But as Stacy noted, the strongly opposed was much higher.
Tara?
I have a question about the Northwest Rail. Was there an interest when you polled in that particular, or are people giving up on it, or since COVID are they just less interested?
Are you talking about on the survey? Yeah, so the survey was just the questions around the funding level. It didn't cover the different types of projects, so we don't have any new information on survey results around Northwest Rail. Both Boulder County and City of Boulder and others through the Northwest region, staff were participating on RTD's new Northwest Peak Rail service study. So hopefully through that effort, we'll be getting some updated information around the public thoughts around Northwest Rail, but we didn't get any through our particular survey.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing any other hands, so I will just give a last big thank you, Commissioner Levy and Kathleen and everyone else for being here tonight and educating us on this. And we wish you the best of luck with your initiative going forward, and hopefully we'll continue to get these transportation dollars flowing for these important causes for our communities.
Yeah, okay, thanks so much for your time. Good night.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate it, and for all the partnerships.
Absolutely. All right, so we are turning from one transportation partner to another. So do we have, there we go, Lynn just came up. So we're welcoming now our fantastic RTD representative, Lynn Geisinger, who's going to give us an update on her work on the RTD board and tell us what they're up to. Lynn, so good to have you here tonight.
Thank you so much, Aaron. It's very nice to be here, and thank you to all of you for having me. I've got a presentation, but I'm looking forward to the conversation that we'll have afterwards. I am the director for District O, just to lay it out here. It's basically Western Boulder County. I represent Boulder, Louisville, Western Longmont, Lyons, Superior, Nederland, and the western part of the county. I serve as first vice chair of the RTD board. I was elected 3.5 years ago. With me tonight, if he can turn on his camera for a minute, I just wanted to introduce you to Michael Davies. He is the government relations officer on staff for RTD. He came out of several years working on the Hill for Senator Feinstein and then for LA Metro, and he's doing a great job for us, working with our state and federal and local public affairs teams. And I brought him along in case you ask me any hard questions later. So actually, he knows more details in some ways. And he's not with us tonight, but I also wanted to mention Eric Davidson, who represents East Boulder County and Broomfield. So he represents Lafayette, Erie, all of along those areas, and is also doing, he's doing some very good work, but couldn't be here tonight. Just very quickly, if you go to my slides here, I'm not sure who's running those. Looks like Emily is. Thanks, Emily. You could go to the next slide, please. The overview, I'm going to talk a little bit about our big initiative in August and then state of the system, reimagine system optimization plan, which is about service that we can expect in the next few years. I think you'll find that interesting. And then a variety of projects that RTD and the City of Boulder have partnered on. You've heard about some of them with Kathleen. And I'll take just a second to say a big shout out to your staff and to the county staff. I couldn't do this job without them. They help me all the time to formulate the concerns I need to bring to RTD and argue in favor of for Boulder and Boulder County. Next slide, please. Zero fare for better air. I put this at the front because I wanted to get the advertising out to people who are watching. If you could go to the next slide, I'll explain it a little more. I assume maybe you've read about this, but it was an initiative that started with the Colorado Energy Office, Will Tour and his team. Legislature passed a bill. The idea is to try free fares, zero fares in the month of August, where when the ground level ozone is the highest. I think last year there was something like 65 days where we were out of compliance on ground level ozone. So this is one of many efforts to deal with those air pollution issues. Zero transit fares throughout August. And it's both designed to hopefully help the environment and to start bringing riders back, which we'll talk about more in a few minutes. Next slide, please. All services are zero fares in the month of August: bus, rail, paratransit, Access-a-Ride, FlexRide, everything. We will not be adding service, as you'll hear in a few minutes, and as you probably are aware, one of our biggest concerns at this point are workforce issues. So we just don't have the power to add service back in. Our hope is that we won't be missing too many runs. My bottom point here, get the word out. I hope that you will join us in riding the bus early on, tweet about it, post it on social media. We're really trying to get the word out, and your staff, county staff, the TMOs in the area, a lot of others are helping with those ways of getting the word out. Next slide. Talk a little about the state of the system. Next slide, please. This is called strategic priorities. It could be called RTD challenges just as well. We adopted a 5-year strategic plan in 2021, and the strategic priorities that we set are employee ownership, financial success, community value, and customer excellence. Next slide, please. I put employee ownership first. It's our people power problem. And currently, in my opinion, it's our biggest issue. It's the thing that is keeping us from bringing back more service. And right now, in the last couple of run boards, we haven't really been able to bring back any service because we don't have the employees. I know you're hearing that. I'm sure you're seeing it the city and the county and hearing about it in so many other ways. It was an issue that was around before, but certainly the pandemic has made it worse. It's a broad range of employees, operators, mechanics, cleaning crew, and others. I believe in February, we passed a new collective bargaining agreement. And I think RTD is now offering very competitive package for our operators and other frontline employees. We start at $24 an hour. There's a $2,000 signing bonus. All that's required is a GED or high school diploma and a fairly clean driving record. So I'm hoping, and we're all hoping, that that will start to make a difference. There is an uptick in some of the training, and we're hoping by fall or soon we will start to see a different. The issue that it really raises for us is that there are ongoing canceled trips, and that's not the sort of service that we want to put forward, especially with free fares coming up in August. The idea is we certainly hope to bring people back to have a great experience. So we're hoping that we'll start to get ahead of that. Next slide, please. Financial success. In an unusual report, right now we're doing pretty well. We had significant stimulus funding that got us through the pandemic. And most of our TD's funding is sales and use taxes, 65%. We get a 0.4%, which was the base tax to run the buses and the base system originally. And then we added, 0.6% is the base tax, 0.4% was added in the Fast Tracks initiative in 2004. Federal funding is another 24%, and then fares and other things make up the rest. Right now, sales and use taxes are coming in higher than projected. So RTD has been able to take money to some of the stimulus money to catch up on what was a $290 million maintenance backlog, which will be huge for us going forward. But long-term, as we look forward, we do a midterm financial plan, 6-year projection, and longer-term funding is really something that the region will need to address. The greenhouse gas rulemaking set some high goals of increasing transit 6% per year in order to hit our greenhouse gas emission goals. In order to come anywhere close to that, we'll need significant additional funding, whether that's from the state, from local governments with their own taxes where we're partnering, or going back for some other sort of tax. An additional problem that we're facing is in 2024, our base system tax, we will pay off the original debt, and we become subject to the Tabor refund provisions. So we may have to go out for a Tabor debrucing. It will be challenging, but that may be what we need to do. In the past, it would have cost hundreds of millions of dollars if we had not had a Tabor waiver. Next slide, please. Customer excellence and community value. We're analyzing these through surveys. I would say that current customers, are fairly satisfied. It's people who have a bus they can take or a train they can take, and that's generally people that are satisfied. In the community, I think it won't surprise anyone to say we need work. It would not be easy to go out for a new tax at this point. I've been chairing the Government Relations Committee, and now on the Executive Committee, I'm the liaison with our government relations team. And so I take this as a sort of a personal challenge to get RTD even more involved in many of the regional conversations and agendas. A couple of things we've done recently, just in the last couple of weeks actually, is we're set up zero fares on the National Early Voting Day and General Election Day to try to get people to the polls. And our chair has set a zero emission bus board committee. And I'm hoping we'll be working with the new transit zero emission vehicle enterprise that's based in CDOT. We have ordered 17 zero emission buses that we hope to get in 2023. So we're moving forward on some of these regional goals and hope to be able to continue that process. Next slide, please. One of the big issues facing us in terms of community value and customer excellence is that when the commuters quit coming into Union Station, we started to have a lot of problems with concerning activities, a lot of open drug use on some of the bus routes and trains, people smoking fentanyl or other things. If you happen to read the Washington Post article, front page article from a few weeks ago about the 15L, you'll see that there are just, there are assaults, there's hard times for some of our drivers. I will say I've asked, and I'm not hearing that in Boulder. And so I hope that that continues to be the case. I think we are making good progress. RTD, my understanding is RTD was the first transit agency in the country to employ mental health clinicians. And we have 5 on staff, homeless outreach, mental health, trying to get people the services they need so that the bus area of Union Station and riding the buses is not, a solution to some of the problems. The bus concourse, they're making some short-term enhancements, and long-term, the bus concourse will be probably with turnstiles and paid fare only. I'll just also mention an app that's out there called the Transit Watch app that we encourage people to download in case they run into any problems. It's a very quick way to get support. Next slide, please. Reimagine RTD. I assume you've probably heard some about that. We are reaching the end. Next slide, please. But before I talk about that, let me just talk about where our ridership is now. Ridership dropped 70% overnight, of course, in March of 2020. Same on transit all over the country. In April of 2020, we reduced service 40% because we were driving empty buses. Right now, it's coming back. It's coming back slowly. The Flatiron Flyer, currently we just run the FF1. The pre-pandemic, we were moving over 13,000 people every weekday. Currently, we're at 4,000 every weekday. I think that number is about the same as it was in January, though, and usually there's a big drop-off in summer. So my hope is that as school comes back and the universities come back in the fall, that number is growing. The AB bus, the same, and the skip, the numbers are increasing, still not where they were in the past. But again, I expect as we get to fall that they will pick up. The skip is at 15-minute frequencies. It's going back to 10 minutes and in some cases 5 minutes in August as we start to pick up the school trips. Next slide, please. Reimagine RTD, a number of people from the city and county participated in this process. The system optimization plan is really, it's an operational plan. It's what are we planning to do for the next 5 years? And the goal is to get back, we're right now at about 70% of 2019 service. The goal is to get back to 85%. It's not a happy goal. It's not where I want to be. It's not where I think many of us want to be, but given the workforce issues and the financial issues, that's the goal we're at now. The good news is that after comments on the draft plan, this area ended up with more service than we originally ended up with. The other half of Reimagine is the mobility plan for the future. It's an effort to look long-term up to 2050 and look at the finances, look at some of the challenges. One of the things that I think is most exciting about the mobility plan for the future, and I think the board needs to refine still, is a set partnership plan, a process for partnering with our local governments as a way of trying to make up some of that service. Next slide, please. The system optimization plan is actually coming to the board Tuesday night for final approval, final review and approval. It says COA, it should be COB. The City of Boulder, the SOP restores to 84% of service, pretty close to the region-wide number. Boulder County, 82% of service. On the Flatiron Flyer, the FF2, which is the Express, the FF3, the FF4 from Boulder Junction to Civic Center, the FF5 down to Anschutz are all returning. The FF6 and FF7 are scheduled to be discontinued. Boulder Junction, they did add some service back in the second draft of the SOP. The FF4 and the AB2 will return to Boulder Junction. Next slide, please. And finally, just wanted to talk about a few projects, next slide, please, that we're working on with the city of Boulder and the county. And Kathleen mentioned some of these, a couple will be mentioned later, so I'm not going to spend much time on some of these. The bottom three, the downtown Boulder station expansion, I think staff will be talking about later. The HOP, I think everybody knows, it started in 1996. It's a partnership between the city, the university, and RTD, and it's been a huge success. It also is coming back. You know, I think the hope is with students back in the fall that it will start to really regain some strength. And the gun barrel shuttle, as Kathleen mentioned, is farther off. It's down the road, but it looks like a really good project. I think RTD is very interested. Next slide, please. Okay, the Northwest Rail peak period study. I think Tara asked about this. In August of 2021, the board approved an $8 million study. And the reason for looking at this study right now, there are two reasons. The Front Range Passenger Rail Commission is authorized to look at raising taxes to create the Front Range Passenger Rail, and this could be folded into that. And with the IIJA, the Infrastructure Act, Amtrak was funded with a lot of money for potential new service. Whether we would be part of that service or not is an open question. But the study is designed to assess peak service, 3 morning trips from Longmont to Denver, 3 evening trips from Denver to Longmont. It's a 24-month study to update engineering plans and cost estimates, and to look at design that would not preclude a future full build out. So this talks a little about some of what's happening now, information gathering, listening sessions. I think both the city and county have people working on the study advisory team and giving feedback. Next slide, please. Colorado 119 and Colorado 7 are two of the first, or the next NAMS corridors, I should say, that are underway. Kathleen talked a little about 119. It's a great project. I think, again, staff, the city and the county deserve a lot of credit working with RTD and CDOT and others. It's been cobbling together money for many years. RTD has budgeted $33 million towards the project. And Dr. Cog tip funding just added another $14.9 million. So construction is expected to start in 2024. Colorado 7 BRT, there's a group that's ongoing that meets on that. There's a $10 million design study underway. Next slide, please. And the system-wide fare study and equity analysis. When our new CEO, Deborah Johnson, came in nearly 2 years ago, she said, you know, we really need to look at simplifying fares and looking at whether the fares are fair, whether they're equitable, whether they're easy to understand. So those are some of the goals, and to align fares with the service value provided, and to look at whether we should be lowering some of our fares. That process, you can see the schedule down below. It really will come to the board for a final decision in probably spring of 2023 and be moving forward after that. Next slide. That's it. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to hearing if you have some questions. What are you hearing from your constituents? What are your concerns? Thanks for having me. Let me know what I can do at RTD for you.
Thanks so much, Lynn, for that information-packed presentation. All kinds of great stuff in there. Really, really appreciate that. Questions or comments for Lynn? We got Bob and then Tara.
Thanks, Lynn. Hi, neighbor. How are you?
I'm well, neighbor, and you?
Good, good. Lynn lives across the street from you. I live across the street from her, and I'm so happy you're here presenting tonight. Thank you so much for that great presentation, Lynn. Lynn, I just had really one question. I think RTD operates a number of park and rides throughout the system. And of course, we've got a big park and ride that a lot of people use, both commuters and people who go to the airport at Table Mesa. Am I right? Is that an RTD property?
It is. Well, actually, it's a CDOT property that RTD, I think, leases.
Okay. But you operate it, I guess, effectively.
Right. We operate.
Yeah. One of the things I'm hearing from the community is a lot of concern about crime at that park and ride. We've had, car thefts there. We've got car parts theft there. We've had some attacks and some other issues there. And in talking to our Boulder City Police about what we can do at that park and ride to provide better security and better safety and discourage crime, they say that, they do patrol that as frequently as they can, but they said nothing would be better than if we could have some cameras there. Because then obviously the bad dudes would know that they're on camera. And when a crime is committed, we would have some identification of that. What do you see the prognosis or chances of getting some closed circuit TV cameras in that parking lot to discourage crime and to catch folks who do commit crimes there?
Yeah, I need to check in with our chief of police. I'm actually having coffee with Boulder's deputy chief of police in the next couple of weeks, and we'll catch up on some of that. I know that the crime rate, they're stealing catalytic converters is what they're doing. And if you saw the TV report on that from, 3 months ago or so, it takes about 14 seconds. You lean down between two cars and it takes them about 14 seconds to cut the catalytic converter out. So it's a hard thing to catch. At the same time, I know that the numbers seem to be going down. The numbers, I think, were 89 stolen last year or something. Right now, it's running at about 3 a month. So they're still happening. Unfortunately, they're still happening everywhere in the district at, just an unprecedented growth. I know Commissioner Levy just had hers stolen a couple of days ago. We happened to be talking about it. So I will check in again on cameras and see. I think, the problem is you have to have somebody monitoring those cameras and ready to act really quickly. I know that we have increased the police presence there, and it does seem to be helping. Something.
Yeah, well, like Commissioner Levy, I was the victim of a catalytic converter theft at the RTD park and ride last week myself. So we must be running a little higher than 3 a month. So
hers wasn't there.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe someplace else. And I guess I'm not obviously a law enforcement person, but I guess I'm wondering if we actually have to have those monitored 24 hours a day, or whether a recording would be sufficient. Because I think what our police tell us is they're really trying to achieve two things. Number one, just to let people who are inclined to commit crimes know that they're on camera, and therefore they're probably less likely to commit crime. And then secondly, obviously, once a crime is committed and reported, the police can then go back to that tape and see if they can identify the individual who perpetrated the crime. So please do let us know, what it would take to get closed circuit TV cameras in RTD facilities where there's a lot of crime committing. If it's a money issue, let us know. Obviously I can't commit my colleagues on that, but if it's a issue of funding, I know our police department would very much like to see closed circuit TV there. They said that would tremendously help them do their jobs and would reduce crime at the park and ride. And I'm sure that's a common goal. So let us know what obstacles there might be to getting that in place.
Thanks, you. I'll do that. Was yours stolen at Table Mesa, Bob?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was last week, actually.
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Michael, I see you turned on. Did you have anything to add to that?
Michael? No, nothing more to add. Just that we'll absolutely look into it, and it seems like a legitimate request that we'd be happy to look into.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I'm not saying it just because I was a victim of a crime. We have had many Boulder residents notify us of thefts, from that particular facility. And in talking to our police chief, she said, boy, it'd be really, really great if we could get some cameras in there. And again, if money is an obstacle, let us know, because we can talk about that. If there are other reasons why RTD wouldn't want to put cameras in there, let us know what those are so we can maybe overcome those challenges.
We will do that.
Colloquy on this for just a moment, just to offer a little bit of additional information, because this was an issue, and I'm so sorry to hear about that theft, Bob. I know it's quite expensive and not exactly easy to get that replaced. But I had reached out maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months ago, and talked with the acting police chief at RTD about this issue, just to try to get some more information, because I had also heard about this going on, and that our police chief was talking through needing some more support in order to prevent our police from having to kind of constantly be there. What I heard at the time was that a year or two ago, there had been some conversations about getting some cameras and things involved. I think the pandemic may have disrupted some of that work. And my understanding, though, is that those conversations had restarted maybe a month or so ago. And so I think that our police chief and the RTD police team may already be in conversations about that. But I think one of the other issues is still this, of kind of monitoring the cameras and things like that. So there's sort of some ongoing expense and may just take some more collaboration with RTD. But I think at the time, RTD's police department, like many other departments, were incredibly understaffed and just having a hard time filling positions as well. And so it seems like that's part of another, just a challenge.
Thanks for that, Nicole. That's very helpful. Thank
you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know that the two police departments have been working closely together. So I will follow up both. Like I said, I'm having coffee with your deputy chief, and I'll check in with Steve Martingano at our end as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for bringing that up, Bob and Nicole, for the additional info. That's great. And it's a concern in the community. Tara and then Rachel.
So Lynn, great to meet you. I've heard wonderful things about you. Moving on with the Table Mesa Park and Ride, is you wanted buzz from the community, and I'm going to give you my anecdotal buzz going door to door back in the day, just November. And that is a lot of people stopped using the AB bus, including me, but not just me, because I'm not leaving my car at the park and ride. I'm just not doing it. So I'm driving to the airport and I'm putting my car in the lot that's right, especially for short trips, And so I feel like we're losing a lot of ridership because from the AB bus, first of all, because people don't feel safe putting their car there. It's just unnerving not to have a catalytic converter when you get back. So it's like the chicken or the egg. You want to increase the ridership, but people don't feel comfortable putting their vehicles / bikes, anything at the park and ride. It just doesn't feel safe. So that's why I think it's one of the most important things that we can do, not only so people stuff don't get stolen, but also to increase ridership. I'm really thrilled to hear that the AB2 is coming back, because we have a transit village that really should be called a non-transit village, since there isn't any transit there.
Right.
So that's good news. My next question is, and I have 3 questions. So stop me, because I don't think people like me asking them all at once. So,
you're fine.
Okay. So do you want to comment on that first thing that I said, or should I move on?
No, I think this is a very good information. Michael and I will definitely follow up and see what we can do with the park and ride. I hate to think that we're losing riders because of the park and ride, but we'll follow up.
Actually, some people said to me that rather than leave their car at the park and ride, especially in South Boulder, they walk their suitcases down Table Mesa instead of actually leave their car. My sister does that. Anecdotal Tara is telling her story. My sister literally does do that. So moving on to the next thing. Who owns, I know that you closed your RTD office at Boulder Junction, correct? Or is that not correct?
I don't think that's correct. There's you mean in terms of giving of eco passes and all?
No, the actual office itself.
In terms of the station area?
Yeah.
No, that's still open.
Okay, so I just want to spend a minute asking you about the safety and security / crime at the parking lot there, which I know might not be owned by you, but one of the reasons is because we needed a parking garage for RTD, right? And I'm wondering if we can talk about putting cameras there as well. Or does anybody know if there are cameras? Or do you not know about that?
You're talking about the parking lot at downtown Boulder Station.
No, I'm talking about the one at Boulder Junction.
Oh, at Boulder Junction. Oh, that is closed. I'm sorry. Yeah, that is closed. And yeah, I'm with you. We need transit coming back there. And I think the parking garage is open, but
it's not safe is what I'm saying. It has a lot of security problems.
Okay.
Yeah, car break-ins, that type of thing.
Actually, that's the first time I've ever heard that. So that's really good to know.
Rachel, you want to back me up, Rachel?
I'll back her up. My hand's up next. I was gonna back you up anyhow.
Okay, I'm not questioning it. It's new to me. So I will definitely follow up.
Yeah. Again, I think in terms of people actually using transit and using the AB2 is we have to have secure parking garages or people will not be motivated.
Right.
And we
I
want to
agree.
get them motivated. Great.
I agree.
Let me see if I have any more, or else I'll just pass it on to the next person. Give me 1 second. I will say this, that when it comes to Union Station, we don't have those kind of problems. We have different kinds of problems. We have more like theft and break-ins, but it's still a big enough problem that, it should be a high priority. So that's it for me, and I'll let the next person take it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tara. Rachel?
Hey, thanks, Erin. Hi, Lynn. Thanks for being here. That was truly an informative presentation, so I really appreciated it. I will back up Tara and Bob just in terms of you being able to relay what we're hearing from our constituents. I do hear from people that used RTD to get to Denver daily for work and to the airport that they don't feel comfortable doing it as much anymore due to the car, feeling unsafe leaving cars there or feeling unsafe at the other end at Union Station or on some of the routes. So passing that along. And that is, I think it is important that people feel safe and
sure.
Bob's catalytic converter should be there when he gets back from vacation, ideally. So that would be great if we can hear back on that. And then I just was trying to understand when you were showing the numbers about the ridership decreases like 2019, 2020 versus today. I think one of the numbers was in the tens of thousands down to 4,000 maybe. I didn't write it down, but are the buses full when that's happening? Like, is ridership down because people don't want them or because the routes aren't there? Like if we have taken away some routes, that seems like that would naturally depress the number of people riding. So I just want to understand what's causal there.
It's a combination, that's that chicken and egg problem. If we bring the FF2 back so that you have the express bus, or we bring the FF4 back so that people can go from Boulder Junction to the Civic Center and vice versa, then you're making that trip a lot shorter and a lot more attractive to people who used to take those buses. So, I think that's why, in my mind, those are really high priority buses. And right now, it's all about workforce and having enough people to be able to drive those buses. It's not all about that. It is also that, they're trying to get the ridership back up. But I definitely agree with you that there is a chicken and egg. If you don't bring the routes back, you're not going to get the ridership.
And if they're not, if they're not as frequent and regular and you can't count on just showing up and having one leaving every 10 minutes the way you used to be able to, then it's more likely you're going to take your car, right? So yes, chicken and egg. That was the only question I had. Thanks for clarifying.
You bet. Thanks.
Lauren?
Thank you. I had a question about the fare-free August. I assume you guys will be collecting data about what kind of, if we do see increases in ridership around that, or what sort of the outcomes are from that. Is that something that you could send out to us when you guys have information about how that looks and what happens?
Yeah, absolutely. Salt Lake City had a free fare month or zero fare month in February, and did some polling and saw, a significant increase in ridership. I don't know, I haven't seen the polling to know whether that ridership was sustained afterwards, but during that month, there was. Michael is really our point person on Free Fare August in terms of the agreements with the Colorado Energy Office and the grant we're getting there. And Michael, can you talk any more? I know we're looking at, maybe asking questions. Are you a new rider? That was a question that Salt Lake asked, that there were a lot of new riders that came out when fares were free. Anything to add there, Michael, on the polling?
Yeah, certainly. So we will, of course, collect ridership data, and that's largely done with the automatic passenger counters when you get on buses or trains. In terms of additional data, it's part of the requirements of the grant through the Colorado Energy Office that we produce essentially a lessons learned report, and that's due by December 1st. I think we'll be done with it well before December 1st, but we're going to do survey data of not only RTD customers, but also RTD employees to understand, as Director Geisinger said, we're really trying to recruit and encourage an environment that is safe and welcoming for people to want to come and be an RTD operator. And so we'll be doing work to try to understand what the impacts are on RTD operators as well. And so all that will be produced in a full report, and will be made public, and we can certainly get it out to the council.
That would be great. Thank you. And then my other question, you might see where I'm going with this, but when you talk about fares, is it possible that we could also maybe talk about what it might cost for a municipality to have a free fare line, or, to look at some or all of bus routes within city limits being free, if we're evaluating?
Yeah, I think that the city staff, it may be a little older now, I'm not sure, but they've done a lot of work on that. City staff and county staff, I think, have looked at what that would take to have a citywide free fare, a citywide eco pass, or something along those lines. I don't know that that'll be part of this fair and equity study, because it's looking at the whole region. But I do think that at least based on current fares, some of that data exists.
Yeah, my understanding was that some of that was seemed fairly old, but I'll double check on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Terry, you got another question?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I now remembered my third question, Lynn. Okay. And that is, could you talk a little bit about the rail? I know that a lot of constituents are upset because I believe we paid taxes for something that didn't happen. Is that correct? The rail that we gave money to, or am I not correct?
Well, yes and no. The taxes are going to all the system. The Flatiron Flyer was also a fast tracks project. So the fast tracks tax that the Northwest Rail was listed as one of the projects in the fast tracks initiative. That money has gone to the Flatiron Flyer project, which has been, as I said, hugely successful in terms of moving people, especially, before the pandemic, and hopefully we'll be back. But that's right. It was a project listed. There are 4 rail sections, rail stretches that have not been completed from the fast tracks project. And that's why we're doing this study, is to see what it would take, what our ridership might look like, what it would look like if Front Range Passenger Rail moves forward, and how we might partner with them to make that happen.
Right, but it's going to be Longmont to Denver. We're not included in this first round, correct?
No, the train will always, it's going to be on BNSF tracks. It's not light rail. It's full on commuter rail. And
okay.
So the stop in Boulder, it would have one stop in Boulder, which is at Boulder Junction. That's what that area was originally intended to be. And then it goes out to Louisville and down through Broomfield and other stops.
So is that definitely going to happen, or you're going to wait to see after the study?
It's not definitely going to happen.
Okay.
We're doing this now because there is potential funding through these other possibilities, Amtrak or Front Range Passenger Rail. I think RTD has said, absent something else, we wouldn't have the funding for it for a number of years. We need to have the capital funding, and you need to have the operations funding as well. So, but we're seeing some potential there, and the board was willing to move this study forward, so we're in position to take advantage if there is an opportunity there.
And last question about that. I heard the words tax, but I'm not sure when you were doing your presentation, but I could have misheard. Is there going to be another tax involved in the alleged train?
You know, the way you ask that is part of the, that's the issue. What my point is that RTD can't provide the long range, doesn't have the funding to provide the expanded transit service that I think the region is envisioning in the greenhouse gas rulemaking and other things. Certainly a tax is a potential. I don't think that's my hope would be that the state, other places, the state does a lot more funding for transit. My hope would be that the state, we might be able to work something out there. Or it's just a matter of how much transit this region wants and how we get to that point. With the county taking on, passing their local tax, they've obviously been taking on some transit. Those things help. I think the partnerships are a promising way to go. And my view is, that everybody should be, it shouldn't be the outlying areas that are being asked to pay into partnerships, that while Denver doesn't. I think that to the extent we're partnering, that hopefully it would be with all our jurisdictions. And that's, it's up to the jurisdiction.
And if I can just interject, to be clear, I think, Lynn, when you talked about the possibility of the tax, I think it was in regards to the Front Range Passenger Rail District. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, they have the authority to levy a tax. RTD, as we look at the future, I think we're looking at all kinds of options. I'm certainly not here to say we're going to go out for another tax, but I think, we have to look at whatever options are out there that we might be able to use to try to meet the goals.
Yeah, just to be clear, I just wanted, you weren't talking about right now. Anyway, thank you for that.
Oh, no, we don't have any tax that we're moving forward or anything right now. Thanks, Aaron, I appreciate it.
Karen, anything else? Okay, great. Well, I'll just add one thing here, which is it's great to see service coming back to Boulder Junction. Our transit village, as Tara pointed out, has been sadly lacking in transit. So exciting to see that coming forward. If that system optimization plan passes as it's proposed, do you know what the time frame would be to bring back the Boulder Junction routes and also the FF2, the express routes downtown?
I don't. And the reason is that that with the workforce issues and all of that, and looking at ridership, that's a piece of when they come back. And our planning staff is looking at ridership and workforce issues and finances and all of those pieces. And we'll be putting, moving forward with each run board. We do 3 run boards a year where we add service when we can. We tweak service in September, in August 20th, I think. They'll be bringing back the service that they dropped for summer because they don't have as much ridership. They don't have the school trips, those sorts of things, but they are not able to put out a schedule for when those things would come back.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not seeing any other hands. So Lynn, just a huge thank you for the presentation tonight and just for how hard you work for us on the RTD board. We're just incredibly grateful for your service and everything you do for the community and for transit in our area.
Well, thank you very much. And back at all of you, thank you for all you're doing for our community. And I appreciate being here. Have a good night.
Very good, you too. And thanks, Michael from RTD, for coming as well. Take care. All right. Well, that ends that segment of our meeting. So I believe we're on to open comment here. So thanks to the open commenters who've been waiting patiently for their turn. Do we want to start by reading our guidelines for public participation?
We do. Thank you, Mayor. Emily, if you would share those slides, that would be great. I know that we have some members tonight who have been here with us many times and have seen and heard these slides many times. And so we appreciate your patience as we go through them for those who may not have joined us as often or ever before. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision was designed to support physical and emotional safety for community members, for staff, and for council members, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, all identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. You can learn more about how this vision was created by going to our website and putting productive atmospheres in the search bar. That's at bouldercolorado.gov, searching productive atmospheres. Next slide, Emily. The following are examples of some of the rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and some other guidelines that we've identified to support this vision. These will be upheld tonight during the meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business, although during open comment, not related to anything on tonight's agenda. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited, and participants have been required to sign up to speak using the name they're commonly known by. And we ask that you display your whole name before we unmute you. I believe everyone's name is currently displayed, so thank you all for that. If not, for any reason, please reach out to me in the Q&A box and I'm happy to help change that for you. And currently, only audio testimony is permitted during virtual meetings. Thank you, Emily. That brings us to our speaker list, Mayor.
Thanks so much, Brenda. Okay, everyone gets 2 minutes to speak, and our first 3 speakers are Taylor Mitchell, Andrew Shoemaker, and Julian Royce.
One moment, I am just finding Taylor, as I seem to have searched the wrong list. Oh, no, it looks like Taylor has dropped off the call. Sorry about that. So we will go on to our next speaker, who is Andrew Shoemaker. And Andrew, you should be able to unmute now.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Andrew Shoemaker, 10th Street, or I'm sorry, 7th Street in Boulder. Bang, 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 bang. That's 15 shots from a semi-automatic handgun. And on July 4th, a gunman traveled to University Hill and took 15 shots before having to eject a magazine clip and put in a new one. He took 15 more shots, ejected a magazine clip, put in a new one. Took 15 more shots, ejected a clip, put in a new one, and took 15 more shots. A total of 60 bullets were fired from that 9mm pistol. 20 more were fired from an AR-15 style long gun, 80 shots altogether. 80 bullets landed somewhere in the city limits, and it only takes one bullet to kill someone. Miraculously, no one was hurt. This time, no police or proverbial good guy with a gun showed up to return fire and escalate matters further. This is not the first time this has happened on University Hill, and the conditions are such that it will happen again unless you do something. You have the power to change the culture on the Hill. You have choices. One, you can continue doing what the city has done for years. Do nothing and consider it a nuisance that is the cost of living on the Hill. And if so, you need to prepare yourself to tell the families of the CU student, the police officer or neighbor who may have been shot or had their house burned down in a fire, that the city did nothing because Boulder considered shooting guns on the Hill a mere nuisance, considered riots on the Hill just a nuisance, and thought fireworks and potential fires on the Hill are just a nuisance. Your other choice is to treat it like the serious public safety issue that it is. Take the recommendations from your police chief and neighbors and proactively take action. Hopefully that can take us off the deadly course we are on. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Andrew. Next speakers are Julian Royce, Stephen Newman, and Brigitte Mars.
Hello, can you?
We can.
Hello, my name is Julian Royce, and I work as a psychotherapist here in Boulder, Colorado. And I want to use my 2 minutes to advocate for two things. One is to suggest that the City Council decriminalize psychedelic medicine, especially psilocybin, and to do so in service of supporting psychedelic-assisted therapy. It seems quite likely that psilocybin and MDMA will become legal medicines that help treat mental health issues in the near future, and by acting now to decriminalize these substances, the City Council can take a historic step and position Boulder, Colorado to be at the forefront of this frontier. And so the New York Times, in an article published April 11th, 2022, so a few months ago, wrote that psychedelic compounds like LSD, ecstasy, and psilocybin mushrooms have shown significant promise in treating a range of mental health disorders, with participants in clinical studies often describing tremendous progress taming the demons of PTSD. A more recent study published in the Journal of Nature Medicine found that over the course of 3 weeks, participants given standard antidepressants reported mild improvements in their symptoms, while brain scans showed continued signs of hard-to-treat major depressive disorder. By contrast, those given psilocybin therapy in the same study reported rapid and sustained improvement in their depression. Their brain scans showed activity across large swaths of the brain. This suggests that psilocybin therapy increases nervous system integration and increases neural connectivity. So I'm advocating for the decriminalization of these, but specifically to support the emergence of psychedelic-assisted therapy. And part of the history of Boulder, Colorado is that it's long been at the forefront of health and wellness. And in 1896, I was doing some research. Dr. Harvey Kellogg of cereal fame opened the Colorado Sanitarium at 4th and Mapleton. So I think that this would be a good move. I think it's going to come anyway, and I think it would position Boulder to, like I said, to be at the forefront of this movement. So please consider that. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Julian. Stephen Newman, Brigitte Mars, and Stephen Heidel.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, members of City Council. Thanks for allowing me to speak during open comment. I'm going to join Julian. My name is Stephen Newman. I'm going to join Julian in advocating for City Council to take up the issue of decriminalizing psychedelics in Boulder, and would like to share a few reasons why I think this issue is important for the Boulder community. I'll start by saying that I've personally benefited tremendously from using psychedelics as therapeutic medicines for healing trauma and inspiring creativity and enhancing my experience of the world. And anecdotes such as mine point towards the fact that psychedelics are powerful agents for healing, transformation, and great benefit to society when used in supportive contexts. And federal and state governments have continued on this decades-long path of the drug war and failed policies. And so there's a trend across the United States for local governments to step in and stop this trend and stop wasting local resources on criminalizing psychedelics and make our communities safe for people to choose to use psychedelics without being in fear of being criminalized. As Julian mentioned, Boulder's become a bit of a hub for psychedelic culture ever since in the 1960s and 70s. Naropa University was established, and even today they have a certificate program for people to study psychedelic-assisted therapy, to train counselors to hold space for people wanting to seek out psychedelic medicine. MAPS chose Boulder as one of the sites for its FDA trials of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy, partly due to the fact that there's a large number of trained therapists in the area. And so, yeah, I just want to wrap up by saying I think this is a huge priority for the city of Boulder to be on the forefront of this issue. And I would advocate that City Council take up this issue and move to decriminalize psychedelics. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Next, Brigitte Mars, Stephen Heidel, and Nate Stone.
Greetings. I don't see the counter yet. I'm Brigitte Mars, 1919 19th Street. I have been a professor at Naropa University for over 40 years, a resident of Boulder for 47 years. I am also a holistic health practitioner, having worked at Alfalfa's and Pharmaca, and also have a weekly radio show on KGNU. I'm also a mother and a grandmother, and I'm also here to speak in favor of the legalization of psychedelics. I really believe that these substances are safe and something that our planet really needs at this time. respectable people are using them. They have a very low potential for abuse, and granted, there needs to be education on how they can be used. One of the classes I teach is called Creating Safe Set and Setting for the Psychedelic Experience. The planet abounds with entheogens. They occur in many, many different plants. They are gifts of creation. And as many of you have already mentioned, they do seem to be so effective in helping things like post-traumatic stress and addiction and depression, suicidal thoughts. I really have found that they help people to be less fearful of even dying when that time comes to them. They also can inspire art and beauty. Just think of the music that has come out of the psychedelic renaissance. Naropa has a Department of Psychedelic Studies. CU and Naropa both have psychedelic study groups. These are what the students are writing about, doing on their summer vacations. They do not deserve to be criminals. I believe that this is an opportunity to help wake us up so we can be better stewards of humanity. And I really believe that this is one of the things that has made Boulder so unique. Please hear us. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you, Brigitte. Next, we have Stephen Heidel, Nate Stone, and Evan Ravitz.
It looks like Stephen Heidel may have also fallen off. So I will go to Nate Stone, who I know has a presentation. So Emily may need a moment to pull that up, or she may not.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for the opportunity. I'll just quickly take you through these slides. There is a resident in Boulder who decided it was a good idea to install their TV satellite dish on City of Boulder open space. So I had contacted the city, and if you go to slide 3, you'll see the quick or abbreviated timeline. There's a full timeline on slide 5 for your reference. I submitted an Inquire Boulder in May 2nd, 2021, followed up in June. Chris let me know that there's a different software program that handles those, and appropriate people have been contacted and involved. Then in July 19th, I was told by Allison Rhodes, the property owner had been notified on July 8th. The city staff will follow up to ensure compliance. August 16th, about a month later, and keep in mind that I'm prompting these updates. They aren't just coming to me voluntarily. That there's a 30-day period to allow time for the situation to be remedied should the dish still be in place. When they inspect the location, we'll follow up with appropriate legal action. Then on August 27th, I was updated again, saying Dish Network had been contacted and movement is pending their ability to schedule. Now skip ahead all the way to December 6th, 2021. So it started May 2nd, 2021. Now it's December 6th, 2021. I was told that the satellite dish should be removed by the end of the month. Now, May 22nd, 2022, followed up again as the satellite dish is still there. No reply. If you want to skip to slide 4, sorry. This interaction with the city is really lacking customer service, respect, integrity. As I'm sure you all, along with the rest of us who live in Boulder, do not want our open space littered with satellite dishes or anything else for that matter. So the reason I'm here tonight is since the city management team has decided that they're not going to address this issue, I'm hoping that one of you can assist with having the satellite dish removed from the city open space. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Nate. I think we have a question for you from Councilmember Joseph.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Nate, for being here and for bringing this to our attention. I just have a quick question. And I'm not asking questions about the regulation or whether this is right or wrong, but I just want a little bit to understand a little bit more. Since the last time you've seen it in May, is the dish still there as of,
Yes.
I don't know, yesterday or today?
As of last weekend, the dish was still there.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
And we'll get follow-up from staff after open comment is over, so stick around. Okay, next we have Evan Ravitz, Patrick Murphy, and Ramsey Abuita.
It looks like Evan Ravitz has dropped off the call, so we will go straight to Patrick Murphy, who also has a presentation.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I've lived in Boulder 52 years. The planet burns, floods, and dies while Boulder fiddles with climate change. How many of you worked outside the last 2 weeks for a living with no inside time? None of you. Monday was hot, just like the other 100-degree days. I'm telling you, you don't get it. Deep thoughts can waste time. We are so far behind, I think we need to surrender to how slow we are regarding climate change. If you can't get your current budget to show a climate action cost-benefit analysis, you're fooling yourselves, and they have to keep fooling us to survive at their jobs. Fire a few climate inaction people and buy Rex. Building a bureaucratic division that has no direct audit made public is capable of hiding negative facts. Nobody likes negative facts against themselves, especially not against ourselves. For example, all the muni failures that have set us back 11 years and $30 million. And for example, Mr. Cole Stewart, who will successfully sue the city for $1.3 million. Solar incentives, wind incentives, RECs, and energy use reduction. Boulder climate inaction seems to just build a larger bureaucracy at great expense, spending at least half of our taxes on personnel instead of real carbon reduction. Platitudes and collaboration take the place of a real cost-benefit analysis. We claim to be punching above our weight when it comes to climate action, but we repeatedly just punch ourselves in the face instead. For example, indirectly, Boulder gave out 412 LEDs last year, but through a collaboration, not directly. This is pathetic. 412 LEDs at what cost? Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Ramsey Abuita, Mike Romano, and Chris Lordson.
Yeah, hi. My name is Ramsey Abuita, and I'm here to speak in favor of Boulder decriminalizing psychedelic or entheogenic substances. We've been organizing the community to speak up about why entheogens are important to them and how they've helped people deal with trauma, find spiritual transformation, defeat drug addiction, connect with the ecosystem, access empathy, and be a great adjunct to therapy. There are no other substances known to humanity that are so safe, anti-addictive, and provide deep modalities of transformation, healing, and inner exploration. These molecules have been a part of the human experience for millennia, with many indigenous societies around the world using them for healing and communion with the divine. Their criminalization is a crime against humanity. And this is where we ask City Council to step in to decriminalize these substances, as 15 cities across the US have already done. So far, we've spoken directly to 6 out of 9 members of City Council, and I'm amazed by the positive reception and openness we've experienced from you. This definitely seems like something that has wide support among City Council, and we definitely have the numbers for this to pass. The main concern I've heard from a couple of you is that you're too busy and understaffed. And while I can appreciate the council has its priorities, it's our job to show you that this issue is a priority that is important to so many members of our community. We've been speaking about this for 6 months now, and this movement will keep snowballing and snowballing into something huge that has no sign of abating anytime soon. We have dozens of people already lined up and eager to tell their stories. We have hundreds of people on our email lists who are eager to step to this plate. This is a cause for the whole community, and we will not stop speaking until we are heard. Boulder is already a leader in the frontier of heralding these substances. This is something that is true to Boulder's legacy of harboring a vibrant psychedelic community, as well as Boulder's future of being a bastion of a new renaissance. Thank you.
Thanks, Ramsey. Next, we have Mike Romano, Chris Lordson, and Christopher Allred.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, so this concerns the issue that we've been working on Twin Lakes Road in Gun Barrel, where a guy named Jonathan Carter, a criminal with 8 outstanding warrants last year, he may be in jail currently, but his friends are still living in an RV illegally on County Road in the city. So the police will have a proposal for managing so that the city can be able to have their camping ban apply on the county roads sections that are in Gun Barrel. When that comes up, if you would just be aware that we have this guy there. So the second issue is Gabe Walker, a homeless man arrested 130 times in the last 20 years for violent crimes, including sexual assault, arson, carjackings, following and attacking women, assaulting people with weapons, lewd conduct, burglary. He was just arrested again today. Why do we have people who are clearly dangerous being protected by the ACLU? It's our right to have safe streets, and I don't care what the ACLU says. We shouldn't keep accommodating more criminals that get off the bus in our bus station. I mean, the list of these criminals is amazing. They're rap sheets. I mean, I've been digging this up, and so anyway, you've probably already heard about this subject a lot with the encampments. The compassion warriors are going to get in your ear and try to tell you that everybody here is woke, and we're not. We don't tolerate crime in our neighborhood, and we will do something about it. So, thanks.
Thanks, Mike. I understand that Evan Ravitz is back in the meeting. Can we bring him on, please?
Good evening. Last time I spoke, I noted that citizens testified unanimously against council shortening our open comments from 3 minutes to 2, but council did it anyway in 2017. Today, I looked up what other big, busy Colorado cities allow. Here are the open comment limits of all 10 Colorado cities larger than Boulder. Denver, 3 minutes. Colorado Springs, 3. Aurora, 3 at the beginning of the meeting and 3 at the end. Fort Collins, 3 minutes. Lakewood, 3 minutes. Thornton, 3 minutes. Arvada, 3 minutes. Westminster, 5 minutes. Pueblo, 5 minutes. Greeley, 3 minutes. The average of all of these is 3.7 minutes, but Boulder, smaller than all of them, only gives us 2 minutes, not enough to make our point. Instead, you could reduce the constant thanking of every staff member by every council member after every presentation, amounting to hundreds of sentences per meeting. This speech is about 15 sentences. Bob suggested that council be allowed to ask questions of people about their open comments. You already can. It used to be common, but it's been years since council engaged here with citizens, constantly telling us about all the great engagement opportunities is no substitute for actual public engagement. Thank you.
Thanks, Evan. Next, we have Chris Lordson, Christopher Allred, and Alexandra Pfeiffer.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
My name is Chris Lordson. I'm currently a student at CU in Boulder, having just graduated with an undergrad degree in neuroscience, and I'm starting a graduate degree in the fall. Additionally, I work at the Boulder Community Hospital on the inpatient psychiatric unit, and I'm speaking here on behalf of the effort to decriminalize psychedelic medicines in Boulder. As a member of the student population in Boulder, I've had the privilege of being involved with the CU's Psychedelic Club for a number of years and am now the acting president. Through this experience, I've gained valuable insight into the nature of the relationship that the community of university students in Boulder have with psychedelic substances. Contrary to bad faith depictions of psychedelic experiences as being dangerous acts of sensation seeking or escapism, in fact, the safe container of the club in the safe container of the club, I've observed students in Boulder share their actual lived experiences, working through unresolved emotions, gaining useful personal insights and purpose, becoming more engaged and productive, and exploring various modalities of creative expression. I'm additionally fortunate to be in the process of training at a center in Boulder called Medicinal Mindfulness, which today already functions to provide psychedelic-assisted therapy in the current legal forms of cannabis and ketamine in their mindfulness-based somatic therapy program. I believe that given the presence of centers such as Medicinal Mindfulness in Boulder and myriad other historical legacies, Boulder should continue to be on the forefront of promoting a healthy and open community in a leadership act of decriminalizing psychedelic medicines. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Next, we have Christopher Allred, Alexandra Pfeiffer, and JT Smiedendorf.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Chris Allred, and I'm commenting on behalf of the Colorado Coalition for Prevention of Nuclear War. Tonight, I would like to speak on the Global Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and I'm requesting that the Council please pass a resolution supporting this treaty. The City and County of Denver passed a resolution on March 22nd, 2021. So there is a local precedent for this resolution. The U.S. nuclear weapons complex has caused serious injustice. As Americans, we must seek a path of reconciliation. Locally, we have faced challenges from the contamination produced by the Rocky Flats nuclear bomb plant, which produced 70,000 plutonium pits for the nuclear weapons arsenal. Fires, accidents, negligence, and routine emissions left contamination in the area. This will be a challenge for countless future generations, considering the half-life of plutonium is 24,000 years. The special federal grand jury called Rocky Flats an ongoing criminal enterprise. The injustice goes further than Rocky Flats. The U.S. has conducted more than 1,000 nuclear bomb tests. The vast majority were on Western Shoshone land at the Nevada test site. The federal government plans to spend approximately $2 trillion over the next 30 years on nuclear weapon modernization. Among many locations, this includes uranium mining, often exploiting the land of indigenous peoples, uranium processing at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, plutonium pit production at Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico, and a new plutonium bomb plant at the Savannah River site in South Carolina.
Your time is up.
As U.S.
Thank you
citizens.
very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next, we have Alexandra Pfeiffer, JT Smiedendorf, and Sherry Hack.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Pfeiffer, and I would like to speak about the need of decriminalizing psychedelics in Boulder to allow accessibility to transformative treatments for people with chronic illness and mental health issues through sharing my personal journey of battling a chronic illness called fibromyalgia. At about 18, my body started shutting down and I was in pain all over, constantly fatigued and having various symptoms such as numbness, dizziness, nausea, brain fog, anxiety, depression, trouble sleeping, and migraines. I was in college studying humanitarian aid, and my doctor told me that there was really no cause or cure for this illness, but that I would be in pain for the rest of my life and that I should buy a cane. I refused to accept this fate and began doing research on causes and cures. I tried all the Western medicine treatments, but nothing worked and I was only getting sicker. This brought me to alternative medicines such as psychedelics, which allowed me to connect to my body and actually feel what was going on. I noticed that Western medicine was not treating the part of so much of chronic illness, which is trauma and emotions stored in the body. I was able to accept my diagnosis, feel where in my body the trauma was being stored, and finally able to cure what 10 years of talk therapy were not able to. I have since been working through my illness and finally dealing with the symptoms, thankfully with these medicines, but only in third world countries. Having accessibility to these medicines that my ancestors, being a Mexican woman, have used for generations is important for my people so that we can heal in the way that our people have always. It is interesting being in America having alcohol be legal, which is mainly used for partying, while the sacred plants that could be transformative for so many people with chronic and terminal illnesses are still criminalized. I feel Boulder must be a part of this transformation in decriminalizing these medicines. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Now we have JT Smedendorf, Sherry Hack, and Emily Musgrave.
My name is JT Smedendorf. I've lived in the Boulder area for 15 years and been an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ for 20 years. I hold a Master of Science degree from the University of Arizona and a Master of Divinity degree from the Iliff School of Theology. And recently I earned a postgraduate certificate in psychedelic therapies and research from the California Institute of Integral Studies. And in light of that certificate study, I'm here to ask you to take the simple step of decriminalizing psilocybin in Boulder. The data on psilocybin is already significant and positive. It is clear that psilocybin is safe, safer than most any over-the-counter medication, and is a powerful helper for healing. People with anxiety and depression, especially at the end of life, continue to experience healing with the help of psilocybin. 2/3 of participants in one study rated their psilocybin experience as one of the top 5 most meaningful experiences of their lives. And soon a peer-reviewed study by Johns Hopkins University will be released that shows the safe and powerful positive mystical effect that a psilocybin journey had in the experience of Christian, Jewish, and Muslim leaders. I know colleagues who participated, and they speak of a positive life-altering effect. I myself have experienced psilocybin as a safe and sincere form of prayer that has offered healing and growth to me. I consider praying with this sacrament to be a form of protected religious freedom. I helped other clergy to pray this way in the Netherlands only 2 months ago, safely and with powerful positive effect. Psilocybin is not for everyone, nor will it cure everything, but it is a safe and powerful healing ally for many. Its private use is neither criminal nor crime-producing, nor worthy of limited law enforcement time and resources. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, JT. Next, we have Sherry Hack, Emily Musgrave, and Lynn Siegel.
Here are some recent happenings around Boulder between June 23rd and July 16th. A man was breaking business windows with rocks. He tells the officer he did what he had to do and that he would win in court. A man broke out the window of a pharmaceutical business with a rifle and started a fire inside. The same man menaced someone with a gun on the hill. He has an extradition warrant out of Texas for property crimes and child porn. A man steals a bike from the backyard. He has several warrants from other states, but the Boulder jail will not lodge him on any of those warrants. A group of teenagers see a man urinating on a bike rack outside the Target. The man is yelling at the kids, telling them he's going to kill them and get out of his block. A man is walking his dog, and a man with a shovel tells him he's going to F him and his dog up. The man then smashes construction equipment windows with his shovel. A man is riding his bike on the bike path with his family. A man approaches him and says, "Get the F out of here," hits him in the head, causing him to crash, threatens to kick his family. He has 2 FTAs, and he's booked at the jail and immediately released. A man is camping in a tent, tells officers he doesn't want any services for the homeless, and he prefers to live outside. The man exits his tent with an axe. Later, he's on Pearl Street with his axe, yelling, "Die." A man near the bus station exposes his genitals to other people in the area. Then he goes to Pearl Street and threatens to expose himself again, and officers have to tell some young girls to look away. We need more state mental health hospitals. There's only one in the entire state. In 1950, there were 250,000 long-term psychiatric beds in the country. Now there's less than 15,000. We need to vote out soft on-crime judges and politicians and city council members. We need to get repeat offenders off the streets. We need to hold criminals accountable for their crimes and stop the jail from turning away so many people. If the current approach that's touted by the homeless advocates worked, this problem would be getting better, not worse. We need a different approach. Thank you.
Your time's up. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Emily Musgrave, Lynn Siegel, and Giselle Hertzfeld.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Emily Musgrave.
I am speaking today to advocate to decriminalize psychedelics, specifically psilocybin, and allow for therapeutic usage in Boulder, Colorado. As a licensed mental health counselor and yoga instructor, I believe it is essential for psilocybin to be decriminalized and allowed for therapeutic usage. World-renowned psychiatrist, author, and researcher Bessel van der Kolk specializes in post-traumatic stress. Working with clients and conducting research over the past 50 years, he has found psilocybin and other psychedelics are the most effective way at removing and/or reducing trauma compared to years of therapy and/or pharmaceutical medications. He is not alone in this opinion amongst other leading professionals in the mental health field, myself included. Due to personal experiences and hearing client experiences, I do not believe that there is any other way to truly combat severe mental illness and addiction in the course of one day or experience. Since COVID-19, mental health illness has risen drastically, with few resources available to our community. By decriminalizing psilocybin, our community can become healthier, stronger, and more financially stable, due to individuals being emotionally and physically able to hold steady jobs. One psilocybin journey can change a person's livelihood from using hard drugs, feeling suicidal and unable to function, into a happy, passionate, fulfilled individual. I have heard these experiences in the counseling setting personally. It allows for a person to have a wider and healthier perspective on life. Personally, I was in a severe car accident and was struggling with PTSD, diagnosed by an outside psychiatrist and counselor, taking medication daily, counseling weekly, and still unable to function. After one psilocybin journey, my PTSD decreased drastically, and I was able to function without medication on a daily basis. Psilocybin has no addictive properties or harmful side effects and has overwhelming benefits for mental health, which is why it should be decriminalized in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emily. Sorry, I just lost the speaker list. Now we have Lynn Siegel, Giselle Hertzfeld, and Keaton Gray.
Lynn Siegel, amen on psychedelics. I don't even take aspirin, but I support that. That's a no-brainer. No on the National Defense Authorization Act, $840 billion. That's our problem here in local Boulder. That's big bucks. And that causes all the troubles we heard about tonight. And Rocky Flats, you know, my mom died from Rocky Flats when she was 38 years old, with leaving a 16-year-old, 15-year-old, and 5-year-old. So just think about that. Right now, I'm missing the old time jams, Irish, Scottish, down at Trident's. So just want to let you know that my time is dedicated to you in spite of the fact that I'm missing that. Consent agenda 3A, CU South. I left Boulder once in like 20 years, and a fateful time in February when Sam Weaver redirected staff against a 500-year floodplain plan that had been passed by planning board and city council in a study session. That is a crime. That is not okay. 3B, no on the library district. We can do it fine the way it is. Let's see, the utility occupation tax replaced with a cap, and the climate action plan. Yes, and really deep thinking about what we can do for our climate, especially like in the landfill for the demos all over town that are causing all the homelessness, I might add. Okay, now 1422 55th. This is Michael Bosma at it again. Did you all know that he sold off the Frew House affordable housing for $311? He sold it off to cash in lieu. Is this what you do at the city council? Allow that? Do not let him get away with this fire station. You can do that with...
Time is up, but thank you for your testimony. We have Giselle Hertzfeld now and Keaton Gray.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Giselle Hertzfeld, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center. This August 6th and 9th mark the 77-year anniversaries of the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Across the world and in our own nation and state, communities continue to bear the scars of nuclear weapons use and development. Here in Colorado, just south of Boulder, the landscape still bears the memory of Rocky Flats, a nuclear weapons production site that produced over 70,000 plutonium pits for nuclear bombs between 1952 and 1989. There have been too many times, despite reassurance from our leaders that these weapons are only here to protect and keep order, that nuclear armed states have been prepared to use these weapons, and war has only been averted at the last minute. The current and ongoing crisis over Ukraine shows that the looming threat of nuclear war is still a very real and very terrifying possibility. However, there is still cause for hope that global norms around nuclear weapons are changing. In January of last year, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons entered into force at the United Nations, establishing in international law a categorical ban on nuclear weapons 75 years after their development and first use. Although the treaty is now officially written into international law, the treaty does not legally apply to the United States because we have not signed or ratified it. But that makes it all the more important for governments within the US to endorse this treaty to create the pressure necessary to usher in a new paradigm free of the threat of nuclear annihilation. Here in the United States, over 60 state and local governments, including Denver, have passed resolutions in support of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. As we mourn the anniversary of the tragic deaths of the victims of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we are called to do better. Therefore, I urge the Boulder City Council to pass a declaration in support of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons to commemorate this anniversary. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you, Giselle. Our last speaker is Keaton Gray.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello, City Council. My name is Keaton Gray. I am a licensed social worker, yoga instructor, and full-time mental health therapist here in Boulder. And I am also here to speak on the importance of decriminalizing psychedelics in Boulder. I'm so grateful to live on this land, and one of the main reasons I moved to this area is because Boulder is a well-known hub for cutting-edge mental health treatment. I also moved here because I am aware that providers in Boulder value the potential in psychedelic-assisted treatment. Almost every mental health care provider that I have talked to about psychedelic-assisted treatment here feels excited about the breakthrough studies that are surfacing. In our field of mental health care, treatments like psilocybin-assisted therapy represent to us real hope and promise for improving mental health care. This is why today I stand in full support of decriminalizing psychedelics, entheogenic plants, and fungi in Boulder. Decriminalizing psychedelics for the people is a crucial step towards integrating this medicine safely into our communities. It is already happening here underground. People are readily accessing these medicines. And as a provider, decriminalization is also a crucial step in the direction of one day legally and ethically providing this medicine for people in psychotherapeutic settings as well. I have had multiple clients who have had enlightening experiences with psychedelics and plant medicines. I have clients who want to seek out psilocybin and psychedelic-assisted treatment and are considering going to places I am not able to endorse due to the current structure of law and regulation. I believe that decriminalizing this medicine allows for more safety and support for folks who seek this out. As a people, we have endured so much in the past recent years alone with the trauma of the pandemic, gun violence, climate crises, economic disparities, and ongoing systemic racism. Because of this, I believe it is imperative to move forward and allowing our community to access these non-addictive, highly beneficial medicines that can radically improve mental health. As a local therapist and social worker, I fully encourage the City Council to decriminalize psychedelics. Thank you.
Thank you, Keaton. All right, that brings us to the end of our open comment list, and I'll turn to staff. Nuria and Teresa, do you have any follow-up? And then we'll go to council for anything.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I want to say two things. First, in regard to the caller speaking about the events of the Hill over the July 4th weekend, I wanted to mention that staff will be addressing some of this at next week's Hill Revitalization Work Group update. So there will be more conversation about that as we move forward. And then I want to acknowledge and speak to Mr. Stone's concerns and wanted just to clarify that the property in question was not open space, in case our Director of Open Space and Mountain Park was wondering where those emails are. Our Director of Parks and Recs has been communicating directly with Mr. Stone, but I want to say and acknowledge that it's been frustrating as addressing both the satellite dish issue and an issue with a trampoline as well has taken some time based on Parks and Rec's prioritization of their work. But I know that our Parks and Recs Director, Ali Rhodes, has personally been communicated with Mr. Stone about the issue and has been providing periodic updates. Last I understood, and Ms. Rhodes isn't here, which she wasn't expecting to be, and I think that's fine. We can certainly make sure that we respond and get back to Mr. Stone on the issue. But last I understood, the dish had been moved. Staff was working to verify that there was an easement that existed on the new location for the satellite dish, and I'm happy to follow up with Ally and Mr. Stone to make sure that we have the latest information.
Thanks for doing that, Mary. I saw the last email I think we got on it was January, where I think there was a statement that it had been moved, but it was unclear if it was now in a legal place or not. Great to follow up on that. Teresa, did you have anything?
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Thanks. Rachel?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. For Nuria, when we get the Hill update, just want to make sure that will include a current timeline of when we're going to hopefully get some resolution or help to people on the Hill.
We are planning that, and you'll actually hear more from me than you probably do in most presentations, but we are thinking about sharing with you some of what we've already been talking about, which is kind of a roadmap and thinking through some of the possibilities. Some of that will require your input as we move forward. And so we've got some ideas, and we're excited to sort of share out not just where we are envisioning going, but some of the data that is really propelling some of the work.
Okay, thanks. So that's coming up. I was going to ask about the satellite dish too. I will say it seems pretty aggravating to have to like do a slideshow to all of council. Like we have heard, I know I've exchanged emails with this individual and some of our staff, and I thought this was taken care of, and I'm sure others are in the same boat. So just will empathize with frustration that shouldn't be necessary to get help from the city. We had a couple of requests for a resolution on about a treaty, nuclear prohibition treaty, and my understanding is that's not a simple resolution. Like there are some city codes that make that complicated. So I wondered if maybe Teresa or I don't know if Carl's here or whoever can speak to that. Just that we can't, I think that given that we've had a vote on it in the past, it would be sort of a maybe kind of cumbersome. Can you speak to that?
You know, I'm afraid that I am not educated about that item. I'm happy though to look into it and get back to you.
Okay, thanks.
And to get back to the whole council.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I just chime in, Rachel? Just I believe our council rules and procedures say that we should not weigh in on national or world issues without a careful consideration and outreach to the community. So I think we have built into our rules that we have to do a public process about anything like that.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. So just, my understanding is it's not simple.
That is accurate.
Like a simple ask. Let's see, on some of the crime complaint that we got, are we due for another update on like jail release procedures and protocols? Those changed a bit during pandemic. Just wondering where those are. Could we build that into an upcoming update?
I am unaware of that. I know that we're going to have our Q3 update with Judge Cook and with BPD on crime statistics, and we'll check back with staff if we can get some of that information.
That might be helpful because I know it's out of, it's beyond our control, but I can well empathize with the frustration of somebody, being arrested with an axe and then having an axe back threatening people that afternoon. That doesn't make sense to me. And then this maybe is a question for Mayor Brockett. We've gotten a lot of testimony on psilocybin and a request to add that to the work plan. Is that something maybe we could just touch base on and under matters from council and maybe, I'm not aware of anyone, for example, wanting to add that to the work plan, but which is what it would take. Just wondering if it's worth just directly having a really brief conversation about that amongst ourselves.
Is that a request for CEC to put something under matters?
Or maybe just to get to it under matters tonight. I think am I allowed to just bring something up under matters that came up at a council meeting?
I don't think so. Teresa's frowning, so
I don't want to make Teresa frown. But then it would be a request to CAC just to maybe directly respond, after a brief conversation.
Absolutely. So CAC can do that. And I'll just put out a request, if I can follow up, Rachel, that if it would be possible to get statistics on the number of arrests and prosecutions or tickets for psilocybin possession or use in the city as part of that, that would be really helpful to get us sense of the scope of the issue there. So that's a request I would make if that's not too hard.
And just last thing, that is not me advocating to add it to the work plan. It's more just to directly respond to the community feedback we've gotten. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Rachel. Nicole.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on one of the comments around homelessness and crime. I think sometimes I have the sense that there are folks in the community who think that our homelessness or crime policies have dramatically changed since the November 2021 election. But my understanding is that the only thing that's really changed from previous council's approach was to add a few more beds to a few more hotel rooms for folks who are experiencing homelessness to go to on really cold nights. And I was just wondering if somebody could clarify that.
Maria, maybe we can look to you.
I am. I'm just trying to see if Kurt or Vicky are around, which are not. And I know that we did make some, we did add some beds, and I believe, and I don't know the timing of this, I believe at some point we did not have the triggers that was about wind conditions was added as one of the criteria on which to activate some of the cold winter shelters. But I would have to get back to you on the details of that, council member.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
And I think that's going to come up in some of the upcoming presentations as well, but we'll make sure to answer that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Smart.
Yeah, I think Rachel kind of alluded to this, but one of the speakers was describing somebody who has 100 or 100 plus warrants and citations. Obviously, we don't care about public littering, but is it possible that somebody could have that degree of I guess citation for criminal activity, and we've done nothing about it? And if it's possible to get just a 2-minute clarification on that, at some point in the near future, that would be appreciated. I just don't know how that happens, because at least the description of the crimes seem to be more of a violent nature and a significant nature than again, than public littering or the kinds of crimes that you can have a lot of citations for, but don't really stack up to a threat to the community.
Appreciate that, council member, and I'll make sure to get that question to the chief so that in an upcoming, either in a conversation, and I know she's having a presentation soon, or in a hotline, we get you that response.
Can I just colloquy clarify? When Mark, you said we do nothing about it. I think that if somebody is arrested, we have done what the city can do about it, which is police. So it would be, my question was more, are people not being, are people being released from jail? Are people not being prosecuted and convicted? So I was not intimating anything about policing.
I accept your colloquy. Thank you.
Colloquying, this is the first time I've ever used that word, and it's under duress, I will say.
Believe me, it won't be the last.
Colloquying, I'm going to agree with Rachel. I would love to, you said we're going to have an update from Judge Cook as to what is happening at the Boulder jail and at what point we can arrest people and do something about some of the increasing crime. Did you say that's happening?
Well, not quite. Yes and no. I said the Judge Cook is going to give her quarterly update on what's happening at municipal court and what her work encompasses. And that's usually coupled with BPD doing a presentation and an update on crime statistics. But what I said, what I would ask the chief to talk about or see if we can get additional information and updates on some of the jail statistics.
Can you possibly maybe ask Judge Cook, or is this inappropriate, to talk about where is the problem? I mean, I know that the police often arrest people and often they're back out on the street, like that one community member said, in reference to the acts. Can we get to the bottom of if there's anything we as a council can do about it? oh, it's frustrating. I don't even know how to answer the community on this. I don't even have words. Nuria, help
I'm
us.
happy to let Judge Cook know that this conversation took place, but I also just want to make sure that not all of what happens at the jails goes under the municipal court, that there is other activity that other people have as part of the entire criminal justice system. So we'll see what we can find and see what makes sense to bring to you for awareness, and or if there are other partners who we can bring in to speak to some of that, we'd certainly be happy to invite them to do so. So let us work on that as we're thinking about those updates.
Very good. Thanks, Nuria. And do you mind just confirming, I said a bit about the statistics on psilocybin arrests, and is it doable to come back to us with that?
Honestly, I just don't know what data we have, but that's certainly on our list to verify.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. I'm seeing more hands. I'll just offer one thing that Mr. Shoemaker was talking about, treating things as purely nuisances on the Hill, just to know that I think council as a whole considers these much more than just nuisances, and it's important to make progress on that, absolutely. So looking forward to the Hill update next week. And then our immediate other action is the bringing forward the noise ordinance revision that's coming to us 2 weeks from tonight for first reading. So we do take these matters seriously. Okay. So I think that takes us through the open comment follow-up. So here at 8:44 p.m., we're all the way to our consent agenda. So Alicia, if we could look at that, please.
All right, sir. Thank you. Our consent agenda, which is item number 3 on tonight's agenda, consists of items A through H.
Thanks. And I just wanted to make a quick note about these, that the items A and B, these are ballot measures that were brought forward by the community. A was the referendum on the repeal of the CU South annexation, and B is the library district ballot item that was put together by citizen petition. Just to say that those are ones that we don't really have discretion over. We're sort of required by statute to put those on the ballot since the work has already been done. Just making that note for folks that whether we agree or disagree with the substance, we probably need to vote to put them on the ballot. All the rest of the stuff, totally discretionary. And if you want to vote against them, feel free. But those two would, Teresa can correct me, but I think they were really just supposed to move this forward. Mark?
Yeah, I understand we're putting them on the ballot because they're citizen initiated, but to the extent that we have to vote for them, I assume we're free to vote our conscience on that.
When your ballot comes in the mail?
No. With respect to the two citizen initiated ballot items, I assume we can vote no, even if we understand that it's going to be on the ballot as a matter of law.
Teresa, do you want to speak to that? What our responsibilities are with respect to these?
Sure, I'm happy to, and I will invite Kathy Haddock to join the conversation. So with respect to the referendum, we need to move this forward, and we don't have discretion about whether or not to place it on the ballot. Kathy, is that accurate?
That is accurate.
With respect to the library district, this is not the actual ballot item for the library district. That is the county handles that. Instead, what this is it would, in the event that the library district passes, it would change our charter such that we're not required to have a library commission.
Okay, so thanks for clarifying that. So while it does not put the district itself on the ballot, it is a discretionary thing that we could elect to not put on the ballot if we really didn't want to. Appreciate the question.
And in addition, sorry if I can interrupt, this is Kathy Haddock with the City Attorney's Office. It not only takes away the Library Commission, but it also takes away the dedicated funding that's required, so that it frees up council to do the funding as it may determine by agreement with the library district if it's formed, rather than having charter requirements for how to do that funding.
Thanks for that. Rachel and then Matt.
I was going to make a motion, but maybe I'll wait till after Matt goes, unless he's planning to make a motion.
I was not. I had a clarifying question. Given the referendum on the annexation for CU South is direct democracy, which by definition bypasses our elected body, why is there any action? What I just don't understand why it still has to come through us. To me, it just should just go straight to the ballot. Like it's by intent to bypass us. So I don't know why there's still a stopping point for us to have to say yes or no to something. So I'm just not sure. I just don't understand functionally why that process even exists in this instance.
Sure. Kathy, do you want to address that, or would you prefer I take it?
I'll try, and then you can fix whatever I say. But I certainly understand that sentiment, and I think it's fine to put on the record what your personal opinions are. However, the law does require that council be the one to put things on the ballot. People cannot do it directly. So yes, it is something you need to do, and we need to have happen. The record can reflect your personal opinions.
Just to clarify, is that a city law that requires us to put voter approved initiatives on the ballot, or is that Colorado revised statute related?
Actually, it's the Constitution. The Constitution, Article 5, Section 1 is the one that deals with initiative and referendums and provides the procedure for doing that.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that.
Good. And Kathy, if you have other answers, you probably should turn off your video because your audio is getting a little cloudy. Okay, Tara and Mark, did you want to say something before Rachel makes a motion?
Yeah, I have a clarifying question, not a comment. So just to be clear about this, is this what we're going to be talking about the library tonight? If the library district passes, then this is what we need to do. Isn't that the question? It isn't about whether or not we like the library district, is it?
So council member, that would be an accurate representation. This is what charter cleanup is necessary to allow the process to move forward and not tie the city's hands in terms of the commission or funding.
Mark?
Also procedurally, these will be coming back for second readings, I assume?
Yes, that's right. There'll be a public hearing and a second reading and public hearing on the 11th for these. And then council may deliberate that evening, or if the time runs long, I believe that CAC has considered continuing that deliberation onto the 18th.
Aaron, I assume you prefer to get more substantive comments at the second reading and public hearing as opposed to tonight?
That would be my hope, yes, that if you have comments on things, to wait for the second. If you have questions you want to get on the record, you could do that now or send those in a follow-up via hotline.
No, I'll have more to say, but I'll say it at a better time.
Okay, appreciate the discretion. And of course, you can vote against anything on first reading that you feel that you would like to vote against on. Okay, Rachel, do you want to proceed?
Sure. So I had sent a hotline post out recommending or suggesting that we look at a different option for even year elections. So I'm going to propose that we pass the consent agenda with the version that I sent out on hotline. So that would be, I guess, a motion to pass consent agenda except as to item 3D on ordinance 8541 even numbered year elections, to promote to second reading only the version that would have city council elections continue in 2023 and 2025 with councilors getting 3-year terms, and then even year elections beginning in 2026, and the mayoral direct election continuing on track in 2023 with a 3-year term. So I guess I would ask Kathy or Teresa, is that an acceptable motion that gets at that version? I don't know if anybody's going to like it anyways, but that's the motion I'd like to put out.
That motion does specify to only bring one forward and to bring forward only the one that has the shorter council terms the direct election of mayor and continues the elections in 23 and 25.
All right. So moved.
Very good. So we got some hands. Do we have a second?
Second. Oh.
Clarify?
Well, yeah, I just want to get the second opportunity on the opportunity, and then we'll move forward with discussion and clarifications. Sarah, is that a current hand or was that from before? Okay, then Matt, Mark, and Ginny.
I just have
Go ahead, Ginny.
I just need a point of clarification for the motion that Rachel just made. I hear two things. I hear Rachel wants to move forward with only the per proposal. And then I hear the city attorney saying that as it stands right now, the hope is that only one will be brought forward.
I think that's only my hope. Somebody could make a counter motion to say, let's move both of them forward. So anybody's free to do that. I just putting out there that if people like this other option, let's just move forward with the one. Does that make sense? I don't think city attorney, well, I'll let them speak, but for me, it was just speaking for myself that I was proposing the one.
Yeah, and I'm happy to clarify to the extent that I expressed an opinion about which one you bring forward. That certainly wasn't my intention, and I apologize for that. I was simply stating that I understood Rachel's motion to be to only take one forward. The council could certainly take both forward if it chose to do that, if that's the will of council.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Jeannie. Matt, and then Mark.
So this is just more just a comment on and some clarification to Rachel's motion, and I guess we'll vote on it here in a minute. I do want to I want to acknowledge and recognize Rachel's effort on this on a couple fronts, because I think what she has, I would say, accomplished to do in providing this modification, and it's something I greatly respect and actually support, is we've heard from the community that we've heard more that the mechanics of getting to even your election was where there was some rub or disagreement with regards to our community. What we didn't hear was a substantive disapproval of the merits of even year itself. It was really the hangups about the mechanics. And so I appreciate Rachel navigating a different path to still arrive at the goal of reaching even year election, and doing so by listening to some of that community input. And I think that was a great work to get to that place. So I just think this didn't just get plucked out of thin air as sort of just another option. I wanted to, it was deliberate and done so in a way that was really sort of acknowledging some of those concerns that the mechanics were just not quite where some of the community members wanted to be. So in this instance, we alleviate almost all of those concerns with some of those mechanical issues and still arrive at the ultimate goal of even year elections and expanding our electorate and expanding more voice and more choice in our community. So I commend Rachel for doing that, but wanted to really qualify that motion and that language in that context. So hopefully that's helpful for those listening and perhaps even some of our council colleagues here today. So thanks, Rachel.
Thanks for that, Matt. Mark?
I'm sorry. This is government by impulse. We are here at a council meeting with a consent agenda, which we're tossing into the trash can. And by the way, I appreciate what Rachel is trying to do. I think she's doing it well, but we've had very little conversation about it. We've had no research being done about it. This is not governance. This is, let's just get it done because we want to get it done. And it is so lacking in the thoughtful deliberation that one would expect of this body. I just find it remarkable. At the very last second, we're trying to deal with the requirements for signature requirements for ballot measures as well, and we're just careening ahead without, in my view, the least consideration of what we're doing, obviously how we're doing it, and to me this is a little bit absurd. I would I don't think I'm going to prevail because there's obviously a keen interest in pushing this forward, but this is not the way a serious body should be governing. Oh, sorry, that one didn't work. Let's try this one. And we're a deliberative body, we're a legislative body, and I would think we would want to do a little better than we're doing today in terms of saying, well, never mind on that one. Let's try this. And if this doesn't work, maybe next week we'll try that. This is not a good process, and we're not reflecting well upon ourselves as the legislative body for the city of Boulder. Sorry, that's the way I feel about this.
All right, Nicole, and then Rachel, and I'll call on myself.
Thanks. Yeah, and I just want to thank Rachel as well for bringing this forward again. And Mark, I hear your point. I was actually also kind of surprised by the petitioning, seeing some of the petitioning number language show up there, and I wasn't quite sure where that came from or how. But I am reminded that this initial proposal. So we decided to move forward with this at our January retreat. And Matt and Bob had kind of spent some time thinking about how, some different options for how we could do this. And I think that this option that Rachel's proposing is actually the one that Bob was telling us we should do when he was advising us, on this months ago. So at least in my mind, this doesn't feel like it's out of nowhere kind of thing. I think, this sort of reflects a case where we probably should have listened a little more to some of the advice that we had, but I don't see it as something that we've that's just out of nowhere. This has been in the works. I think the folks who've been working on this can attest to the time and thought and intention that have been put into how we make this transition, or not even how we make this transition, but how we can enable the community to decide on whether or not this is a transition that we want to make. So, but I would love some clarification from somebody on these petitioning numbers, because that was something also that I hadn't really heard from before.
Paul, if I may colloquy for just a moment, we've received, I believe, tell me if I'm incorrect on this, 2 staff memos on this subject in recent days or weeks. Both of them discuss the mechanisms for making this transition. In neither memo is there any analysis, research, or discussion of whether the objective of doing this is a good one. We've had precious little conversation about the benefits, costs, disadvantages, or advantages of moving to an even year election. We certainly haven't gotten that kind of research from staff. That carries into my characterization of this as governance by impulse, not governance by rational, considered judgment. So,
Mark, well, point taken. I mean, I know we have debated the merits at previous council meetings, but point taken. We got Rachel, and then Jeannie, and then I'm going to call on myself.
Yeah. So I'm going to stick with we're going to get into the substance of this at second reading. So I'm not going to do that. Although I would perhaps vigorously spar with some of the statements and objections, and I will at second, when we have conversation at second reading. But as a person who brought this forward, I do want to thank Bob for recommending it in the first place. I wish I had been a bit more open to it then, but this wasn't, as Nicole said, plucked out of thin air. I really came back to it after really listening to the community feedback we were getting and wanting to make sure that the focus of this election is just, does the community want even year elections rather than do people want this council to have an extra year or to delay the mayoral direct election. So when, that needs to be the center of the conversation. And that was the focus of my hotline post, is let's just get back to the basics of letting the community have that discussion. And that is when the discussion is going to occur. That this is I think a fairly, according to the check-ins I've done with staff, this is how it works. We have on something like this, something that we want to bring forward. And then the heart of the debate and the community input is the actual election. So it's not going to be half-baked in any sense. We're going to have a good community dialogue, and then people are going to really directly let us know whether they want even year elections. And also just that I personally felt that as someone who did not want to serve an extra year after I understood the maths a little better, one of the objections I had to this one that was previously being lifted up was that it was going to cause an extra election to have to occur. And if I and others resign and don't want to do an extra term, we're already going to have that additional election. So either way, it's going to be 3 elections in 4 years. And when I understood that better and took it off the table, this was just seemed like the more direct and sort of hassle fuss-free way to get in front of the community. Do y'all want even year elections for Boulder? So just wanted to clarify it in response to Mark. Thanks.
Very good. Junie, myself, Bob.
Thank you, Aaron. I have to say, although today I would be supporting Rachel's proposal, but I can't help myself but to agree with Mark. That, yeah, I can understand the feeling of not, I guess, having the opportunity to really give his 2 cents. And not only that, I know this was posted on Hotline. Hotline has about 60 something amount of community members on it. And that's not a real representation of the community. So in essence, I do agree with Mark on that one. And I don't know how to remedy the fact that we haven't had a discussion, because at second reading, we will be discussing just that one proposal as opposed to discussing it further. But then again, Mark, you are not in support of it either way. But I do agree with you in some way.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jeannie. So I'll just say that I think I see that this change is about being responsive to public feedback, that people had issues with the mechanisms of extending terms. And so I see this as a way of, focusing on even year elections and getting rid of the distraction of people concerned about us putting something on the ballot that extends the terms. So, and then while we certainly could move both forward if it's the will of majority of council, I personally am not interested at this point in the term extension version. So I would rather have the public feedback and the public hearing focused on the version of it that has the 3-year terms and starts in 2026, because I think otherwise, we've already heard a lot of concerned public testimony or public feedback about the term extension version. So I'd appreciate getting the feedback from the community that's focused on the version that doesn't include that. So that's why I'll support the motion as it stands. And the legislative process involves talking to the community, hearing from the community, coming up with some alternative proposals, and then we've got a public hearing in a few weeks. We've got a few weeks before we have to get it on the ballot. We got plenty of time. We'll get something very solid on the ballot if a majority of council agrees, and then ultimately it'll be up to the voters. So, and as stated, this was put on the agenda at the retreat back in January. So, I think we're finding our way. I don't think there's anything untoward going on here. Bob.
I'm going to do something I don't think I've done before. I'm going to respectfully disagree with my colleague, Mark Wellick, and agree with my colleague, Nicole Spear. I think this was an option that has been on the table for a couple months. I think Matt reminded me, was this, I think this was option 1, right? We had like 4 options that were on the table. I think this was, if I remember the numbering correctly, I think this was option 1. We talked about in May, we talked about it in June. And I also, right. Was that right, Matt? Option 1? Yeah. So I think this has been in front of us as an option. It was not the option that was initially chosen in a straw poll. But I really commend Rachel. I commend all of you who who are considering reevaluating this, but I particularly commend Rachel for bringing this forward and laying that on a very, very clear and understandable way. I'm still going to vote against putting even your proposal on the ballot, because I think there are some reasons, which I won't get into tonight, that this is not such a great idea. But I think the way the majority is going about this is really smart of you. And I commend all of you who are going to vote for it for shifting gears and reverting back to an option that's been on the table for a couple of months. And so I don't think this is last minute. I think this is a revisiting of something that's been on the table for a while. I do agree with Mark that I don't think there's been sufficient community engagement and input with respect to even your elections generally, but that's a different topic. But I think this option has been around for a while, and I really appreciate Rachel digging it back up, and I appreciate those of you who are going to support Rachel. Again, I'm going to vote against item 3D, but not because of that. It's just more of a general opposition to even your elections. But I'll save those comments for second reading. Thanks.
Thanks, Tara.
I'm just reminding you all that I pretty much begged you to do option 1. But I know my husband hates when I remind him that I was right about something too. So I'm not going to do it. I take it back. But I will say that I'm going to agree with Bob that I'm just going to vote against it because I like the odd year better, but I do like Rachel's. Thank you, Rachel. I like what you said a lot. So kudos.
I will grant that the people who originally supported option 1 get an "I told you so" right on this one. All right, how about we move to the vote here? So I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So Alicia, I believe this is a roll call. Oh wait, Matt's got something.
Just to clarify, because I know that Rachel read some language, but I just want to clarify specifically in the memo that that's the language written on page 13 of the memo that's under 8546. I think it was the last ballot question written, just because she didn't read it totally verbatim, but I just want to make sure for on the record we are, on point, because there were a few different options laid out there. So I just want to make sure it's that one in particular. So that's our starting place come second reading.
I don't have that in front of me, so I can neither confirm nor deny that what you're saying is accurate. I would ask.
Would it be helpful if I read it and that you confirmed it, and then we know that is the particular one for record? Is that helpful, Rachel and or Teresa? I just want to make sure, because usually we're really specific when we do those readings to pass on to the second reading.
Well, and actually, if I can interject, I think an ordinance number is particularly clear. I think Rachel was wanting to advance 8546 instead of 8541.
Got it. So I did say 8541 because I can only see the front. My Novus is acting up tonight. I can't pull up what everyone else is looking at, unfortunately. So I'm not trying to be purposely vague.
Teresa, did I have that right?
I'm looking. I apologize. I have a lot of things open. Kathy, do you have that available?
Yes, and what Rachel proposed is ordinance 8546. 8541 is the one that would continue all 9 council members for a year. So as I understand, the motion is to approve the consent agenda with 8546 going forward, not 8541.
Great catch, Matt. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay. Okay. So we have that. With that clarification, we have a motion on the table with a second, and we can do. Alicia, can we do a roll call vote on this one, please?
Yes, sir. Most definitely. We will start this roll call vote with Councilmember Wallach.
Yes, with the exception of B and D.
Thank you, sir. Weiner?
Okay, you're going to have to help me. I like to be last, but since I'm not going to be, I'm going to say yes, with the exception of, am I right, 3D? Is that right? People who know what I'm thinking?
That's right. That's the
I think so.
Yates?
Yes on all items except for item 3D. I vote no on 3D.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
Folkerts, Councilmember Folkerts,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph,
Yes.
Councilmember Spear.
I will abstain from A, but beyond that, yes.
All right. The consent agenda, items A through H, is hereby approved with the noted exceptions for items 3D, 3A, and 3B.
Very good. Thank you. And Tara, is that an old hand? Not to apply the word old to you, but
Old.
okay. Sorry. All right. Thanks everybody for working that through. It's a complicated one. So I just wanted to do a time check-in per our discussion last Thursday. It's a little bit after 9. I think what we have left to talk about, we have the 3 call-up possibilities, the station seat, the Raising Cane's, and the landmark alteration certificate, and then we have the CAN update after that. So I just want to see how people are feeling, Bob.
Yeah, I'll just make a suggestion, and folks can disagree with me if they like. I'd like to suggest that my guess is that some of these call-up discussions may take a little while, and I'd hate to start in on the CAN discussion at 10 or 10:15. And I also think, to be respectful to the staff that are here for that we should let them know now if we're not going to go forward. I hate to have them stick around for another hour or so, and then so never mind. It's possible that there may be 1 or 2 questions on really posed by council to staff. And Matt, I think you might have one. And so maybe we could let me throw this out there. Why don't we rearrange the agenda, bring the CAN forward just for purposes of questions by council members, but not a full-blown presentation by staff. I think questions can be handled in relatively quick order. Ask CAC to reschedule the CAN presentation, and that could be at a study session or a council meeting, because I don't think there's a whole lot of direction from council sought tonight by staff. And then we spend the rest of the meeting on the call-ups, which I think will probably take us till 10 or maybe a little longer. So that's my suggestion. Matt, maybe you could flesh out the question comment.
Sure, Bob. I appreciate it. I mean, I maybe like others, I do have some questions. But I mean, it's 9:15. I recognize how jam-packed we are with our subsequent schedules. I'm a little leery of pushing CAN out already because it's 9:15. If the call-ups end up taking a long time, then maybe we pull the ripcord. But I would like to kind of forge ahead, mostly because I kind of want to get that update knocked out so that we can continue to move forward on some of the substantive stuff ahead. So I hear what you're saying. And if we get to a point where we need to pull the ripcord, I'm happy to move forward some questions so we can tighten that up. But I don't know if I want to quite do that yet. That's my perspective.
Rachel, then I'll call myself.
This job is not all that fun. So I wanted to say, I do not want to kick the can on CAN. There it is. That's all.
Rachel doesn't want to kick the can down the road. All right. How about I'll just speak up and let's see if we can get through these call-ups. I mean, if they take an hour and a half, then we'll revisit. If transportation staff doesn't mind, but hopefully we could get through them in a timely enough fashion to still hear CAN. So if transportation folks don't mind sticking around with the possibility of not getting to it, but hopefully we can still make it. Mark?
Yeah, I'm going to have a hard stop at about 10:15 today. So however you want to arrange the schedule, it's fine. But that's my limitation.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move forward, and if we can get Elisha, if we can move to our next call-up item, please.
All right, sir. Thank you. That is item number 4 on tonight's agenda, our call-up check-ins. And 4A is the community and environmental assessment process for the downtown Boulder Station improvement projects.
And it just said the recording stopped on the meeting, which doesn't seem like the right thing to be happening.
Apologies on that. Let me make sure it is unpaused. Sorry, I think we're now helping each other. Got it. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. All right, so I believe we're getting a short presentation on the station seat. Great. And who's taking point on this? Garrett, is this Garrett Slater?
Yes, this is Garrett Slater, Principal Transportation Projects Engineer for the Transportation and Mobility Department. So took a moment for my microphone to the button to actually work. So apologize for the delay there. So it's good to be
Garrett, or I would have bought you time.
Good to be with you here this evening and to talk about the SEEP for the downtown Boulder Station gate expansion. And I'll go ahead and advance. So the background and purpose of the project is that the station is at its capacity, and this situation is happening even with the update that we've heard this evening from Lynn Geisinger with RTD. The station is operating at capacity, and it was identified in 2017 the need for additional gate capacity in order to meet the demands and provide the service that our region and our community needs. And so the study identified the opportunity to expand some gates along 14th Street with the recognition that in addition to local service, we are moving full steam ahead on a variety of regional corridors such as State Highway 119 and State Highway 7 to build in the regional transit services. And so the downtown Boulder Station's purpose is to be able to meet both our local routes as well as this forthcoming regional service. Some of the existing conditions you can see on the image on the left side is the crowding with some of the more regional routes inside the actual station. In 2015, we had a gate expansion project that converted 14th Street between Canyon and Walnut to a transit-only street and provided amenities for transit users as well as added gate capacity. And the situation is such now that along Canyon as well as along 14th, there's inadequate capacity. And so the purpose of this project is to add 5 additional bus gates between Canyon and Arapahoe, also provide wider sidewalk and urban design, landscaping and information kiosks and wayfinding so that we can have the amenities to provide to users that are comparable to the situation that is present on 14th Street north of Canyon. To orient you to a little bit better where this is located, here's a bird's eye view of the civic area between Arapahoe and Canyon along 14th Street. And you can see how it's situated with primarily parking lots along the west side and some buildings along the east side. So different from 14th Street north of Canyon, 14th Street south of Canyon with this project will continue to operate with full vehicular access and not be limited only to buses, but would remain open to passenger vehicles as well. And this next slide depicts the improvements that are proposed for the project. So you can see 2 what we call sawtooth gates, which are more angled gates, which make it easier for the buses to pull in and then pull out, as well as provide for wider loading areas for the transit users. And we also have a sawtooth gate on the east side, as well as 2 parallel gates. We are also showing an improved pedestrian crossing at the extension of the Tea House multi-use path. And we're also showing at the 14th Street and Arapahoe Avenue intersection, a reconfiguration of the lanes such that we would be able to allow buses to be able to make a southbound 14th Street to westbound Arapahoe movement without encroaching into the eastbound left turn lane. And that was a condition that RTD's operators and planners said that needed to be implemented for the bus gate expansion here to be able to move forward so that the buses could safely ingress and egress out of 14th Street. We'll also be implementing some additional facilities such as the shelters and kiosks, as well as landscaping. So The project has been subject to a CEAP, which is the Community Environmental Assessment Process. And if you haven't had a presentation on what a CEAP is, I'll just provide a brief overview that this is a process by which we screen and review our capital improvement projects to make sure they're consistent with the goals of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, the individual department plan, in our case, the Transportation Master Plan, as well as other current studies and plans that are applicable. And so there's a series of criteria that we review against. And for the 14th Street Downtown Boulder Station project, we identified a few areas within the CEAP that would be of particular interest. And those include the fact that this is in the high hazard as well as the conveyance zone of Boulder Creek. And so we have developed a design that will cause a no rise to the floodplain situation, which is good news for our project as well as the adjacent landowners. And we've also been working with our partners in the Parks Department and specifically with forestry on minimizing tree impacts. And so we've identified a couple of high value trees along the corridor that we're going to do our very best to preserve and incorporate into the overall plan. And those are all outcomes of working on the CEAP. We've also been participating in robust community engagement efforts and doing so with pop-ups, social media, and we've conducted some virtual info sessions. We've also done station site visits with folks and representatives from the Center for People with Disabilities. And I want to specifically call attention that their input is changing one of the aspects of the design, and that we're going to be modifying the traffic signal so that we can provide additional crossing time for people with disabilities. Similar to the push button at Broadway and Alpine, if you long press the button, it will provide additional time so that folks have the time they need to be able to get across Canyon Boulevard from one side to the other if they happen to be doing a bus transfer. So we greatly appreciate being able to work with these important community stakeholders as a part of the overall process. One of the other things we've heard about is from both adjacent landowners as well as general community members, as we heard tonight from the RTD update, concerns about security. And with the expansion of gates, what would we be able to do to provide for the desired levels of security along the facility? And so we've been conducting and holding meetings with the security and the RTD police representatives, as well as our own police department. And what we've learned is that there is sufficient infrastructure in place at the station right now for the team there to be able to monitor the situation along 14th Street. And all we need to do is provide conduit and fiber and power supply to 14th Street, and they'll be able to integrate that into the downtown station so that they'll be able to have CCTV monitoring 24/7 on these new gates, and also evaluating the opportunity to provide additional security personnel along these gates to address some of the concerns that we heard as a part of this project, and as well comprehensively this evening earlier. Quick highlight on the budget situation. So we have approximately a $1 million project here with 40% of the funds coming locally and $200,000 coming from RTD and the remainder coming through a Dr. Cog grant. So our timeline is that we've been working through the community engagement. We met with TAB earlier this month. We're here with you this evening. And so we're working then next to obtain final design approvals and permitting so that we can move toward construction in the fall of 2023. And so our request of you this evening is an approval of the Downtown Boulder Station CEAP.
Thanks so much for that, Garrett. It's very informative. Appreciate all your work to get to this point. Questions or comments on the call-up? Bob.
Thanks, Garrett. That was really, really helpful. I appreciate it very much. And just two things. One, I'm really excited to hear what you're planning to do for the 14th Street bus station with respect to cameras and fiber optic. And I hope that can serve as a good model for the Table Mesa Park and Ride. And perhaps your team can continue to work with RTD on that, but using 14th Street as a model would be great. Second is just really a question. I know it's a little off point, Garrett, but you mentioned Canyon a couple of times. So I just wanted to ask, I remember a few years ago, council approved kind of a redesign of Canyon with with some new streetscaping and bike lanes and some other stuff. Do you know what the schedule of that is?
It's not currently in the CIP. And so it's the challenge we've run into with the implementation along Canyon Boulevard has been lack of funding. And so it's still it resides within the transportation master plan, and it's a part of the low stress walk and bike network as a segment that is a priority, but it hasn't risen to the level of being able to be funded within the context of the CIP. But we are continuing to explore opportunities to make that happen in the future.
Thanks, Garrett. I look forward to hearing more about that, maybe at the appropriate time. Thanks.
Lauren?
Thanks. So was the site plan that you sent out, did that sort of did that represent your complete thinking of where you're at right now? One of the things I noticed is it looks like, the trees on the corner of Canyon and 14th on the east side seemed like they might be getting taken out. And you mentioned that you had talked to Parks and Rec and had some revised thinking on trees. So I was just wondering.
Yes, we have, as noted, visited with forestry, and there are a couple of the more mature trees that are located on the east side that will be removed as a part of the project. And forestry had provided information that the trees that we're looking at, the majority of the trees that we're looking to remove are either invasive or at the end of their life. And so they weren't very concerned about it. As noted, there is a high value oak tree and there's a high value honey locust that we are going to integrate into the project. And then for the trees that are of medium grade value, for all the trees that are impacted, we will be replanting new trees and mitigating and working closely with them on a planting plan.
Okay, thank you. And so were the existing trees, other than the two high value trees, it was infeasible to keep them and move forward with this plan?
That's correct. So in order to satisfy American with Disability Act criteria, we need to have a flat and level area adjacent to the boarding of buses. And it would be due to the root structure of some of these being at higher elevation than the curb elevation, it would be challenging to grade the area and maintain the roots for some of these trees, which is why they're needing to be removed.
Okay, thank you. I think, yeah. And then will there be any street parking retained on this block, or is it sort of all transitioning to bus?
Yes, there will continue to be 7 on-street parking spaces.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed the alignment of one of the bus parking spaces in the rink seemed very tight. I mean, just the way that entrance works for that building, it'll be a lot to have a bus parked there all the time. Were there any other options you guys considered for how you might be able to fit that, or is there just no other option on that street?
The challenge that we have along 14th Street is that we're keeping all the driveways. And of course, those driveways are needed for access to and from the businesses and the buildings that are present there. And that is, so the space comes at a premium. And that was one of the few spaces available for us to be able to locate what we call the parallel gate. As you know, the space in front of that building is tight. And in order to meet both RTD and ADA criteria, we'll need to widen the plaza area in front of that building frontage so that we have 8 feet of separation from the back of the curb to the front of that building. So we'll actually be narrowing the street and moving the curb inward to make that additional space so that it's meets all the standard criteria.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that. I just have one question for you. Will there be any progress on the multi-use path that runs mid-block that's, I think, supposed to go to the east another block or two? Or are we going to be able to accomplish any of that as part of this project?
Not as part of this project. If you've been in the area recently, you might have noticed that when we reconstructed the 15th Street Bridge over the Boulder Slough about a year ago, that we built the multi-use path going westward to about the halfway point between 14th and 15th Street. And the Liquor Mart redevelopment will be building the multi-use path continuing eastward for between 15th Street and 16th Street. And the master plan calls for a full build out of the path all the way to 17th. So the section directly adjacent to what we call the James Travel Building, and which fronts onto 14th Street, has been up for redevelopment a couple times in the past, where there has been a plan that called for implementing that multi-use path, which would close the missing link. And so we are, with this project, our budget doesn't allow for that element to continue forward, but we are eyeing opportunities if the redevelopment of that site doesn't happen in the near term to what we might be able to do to extend that multi-use path.
Thanks. That's good to know. Thanks, Garrett. Good. Well, I think you all have done a phenomenal job. I'm excited about this. I have no need to call it up. I'm really looking forward to it getting implemented. Does anybody else have any interest in calling this up? All right, seeing lots of shaking heads. So great work. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Alicia, what's our next one?
Our next one, sir, is item 4B. It is the use review application for a 3,716 square foot restaurant known as Raising Cane's at 3033 28th Street with a double drive-through and a 615 square foot outdoor patio and a 23% parking reduction that has been requested pursuant to Administrative Review number ADR 2022-00062. The project site is zoned Business Community 1, case number LUR 2020-00061. The application was denied by Planning Board on June 23rd, 2022.
Thanks. I believe we have a short presentation on this.
Good evening, that's correct. I'll go ahead and get started.
Great. And please do introduce yourself and welcome to the meeting.
Just get the screen. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening. My name is Shabnam Vista. I'm a senior planner with the Development Review Department. So I'll run through a brief call-up presentation for the drive-through use review for Raising Cane's this evening. Okay, to provide some context for the site, the project is located north of Valmont Road and west of 28th Street. The Rayback Collective is located to the west of the property. Properties to the east and south consist of commercial centers and fuel service stations, and an approved drive-through use for a Walgreens pharmacy is located catty corner to the site, and this was approved in 2008. The proposed project is to demo the existing buildings and redevelop the property into a new Raising Cane's drive-through restaurant. The applicant has proposed a approximately 3,700 square foot restaurant with outdoor patio seating and 2 drive-through lanes. The drive-through lanes along the eastern side of the property front along 28th Street. A screening wall varying in height as well as landscaping was proposed along 28th Street to screen the vehicles in the drive-through area. In terms of the hours of operation, the applicant has proposed the hours of operation to be 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and then closing at 3:30 a.m. Friday and Saturday. There is also a parking reduction requested at 23%. That's associated with this project, which would mean that they would be providing 26 spaces and 12 bike parking spaces. So the general purpose of a use review is to determine whether a particular use and its potential impacts are appropriate for the location. Drive-through uses in Boulder are allowed by a use review in business community, business regional, and downtown zoning districts. In this case, the use review is required since the property is located in BC1 zone district. The proposal is evaluated per the use review criteria and the drive-through criteria. As I mentioned, for the proposal, the applicant requested a parking reduction of 23%. Generally, this would be through an administrative review. However, with the project being called up for public hearing, this was also subject to review by planning board. And then in terms of process, staff provided their approval May 19th, and then the application was called up by planning board June 26th. A hearing was scheduled for May 26th, and then a hearing was scheduled for June 16th, where planning board denied the application. And then on June 23rd, staff presented their denial findings, which was then adopted by planning board. So the use review and parking reduction applications were unanimously denied by planning board, finding that the applicant failed to demonstrate that the applications meet the review criteria for the use review standards, for the drive-through standards, as well as the parking reduction. We also have the planning board chair, John Gerstle, here tonight to answer any questions you might have regarding the planning board determination. Also, to summarize the board's finding briefly on the different criteria, the board found that the operating hours in the double drive-through would create additional pollution and noise impacts. This would also be a service for patrons coming from distances in their cars rather than the immediate neighborhood. The board also found that the site plan did not meet the drive-through criteria, specifically providing adequate circulation, which would not substantially impair movement of bikes and pedestrians, and the curb cut serving the use being over 200 feet from major roads. And then in-depth analysis can be found as part of the packet in attachment C. So lastly, I would like to note that denials are very rare in the city. So I'm briefly touching on what City Council's role is tonight for this use review. City Council has call-up discretion over all planning board decision. So if council chooses to call up the planning board's decision tonight, it requires a majority vote. And then a public hearing will need to be scheduled within 60 days, where City Council will act as the final decision-making authority. In the event that council denies the application at the hearing, that decision stands. And then if council chooses to not call up the planning board denial, then the planning board decision will stand. I also want to note that we have Edward Stafford and Charles Farrow present to help respond to any questions tonight.
All right. Thanks so much for that, Shabnam. And just want to welcome planning board chair John Gerstle here to the meeting. Thanks, John, for sticking with us. And did you want to add a couple words to what Shabnam said? Or?
I think Shabnam described it very well. I don't have much to add, except to note that there's a very clear document that Hella Honeywig, the attorney, helped us draft to describe our logic in making this denial. So I hope you've had a chance to look at that, because it's very clear and lays out our thinking very well.
Thanks. We did receive that, and I'm sure we all read it. So thanks for that. Okay, we've got questions here. We've got Rachel, Tara, Nicole.
If we are just at questions right now, my only question is, do we, at this stage, do we need to disclose any ex parte communications? Sorry about Luna.
Teresa?
That's to Teresa.
Yes. Because you're making a decision about whether to call it up, which would be a review based on the facts and the criteria, I would say we are in a quasi-judicial process. And so this would be the time to disclose ex parte communications.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Well, if anybody can do that now. If we can just have a quick round of ex parte disclosure. Rachel?
Yeah, I did. I was at an event and I ran into the applicant and spoke with him briefly about this.
Good. Matt?
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, I don't have any ex parte communication. I need to disclose that I'm represented by the same law firm that Mr. Tebow is. I don't know the attorney representing. The attorney that represents me and my family just does estate and family sort of tax related stuff, but does not work on the property side of things at the law firm of Packard and Deer King. So just given that, I don't have any conflict given all of that, and I can certainly remain fair and objective in the process.
Bob?
Yeah, like Rachel, I did speak to the applicant.
Nicole?
I just had a brief phone message from the applicant that I listened to today. I don't expect it to affect my decision making.
And I'll say I did have a brief phone conversation with the applicant where the substance was essentially the same as what was in the letter from the law firm. I offered no opinions and did not affect my decision making unduly. So, Jeannie?
I'm not sure. I know when I see some of the message coming through, when I ran for council back in 2019, I remember reaching out to put my sign on one of the properties, Tebow properties. So I don't know if that even means anything 2.5 years from now. But of course, I believe I can be objective and fair, just like Matt.
Very good. Okay, having gone through that, questions. We got Tara, Nicole.
Is this the time that I would ask about the hours, or would that be if we actually do call it up?
Well, you can ask any questions you want right now. I would say maybe keep your questions to things that would help you decide whether you want to call it up or not. And
okay.
And then if you call it up, you could ask all kinds of detailed questions.
Okay, then I'll ask this question. Doing my very extensive Google search, which took 2 seconds, I noticed that the locations in Longmont, Broomfield, and Lakewood close at 11. Would there be a way for the applicant to change their minds about the very late closing hours and switch over to the 11 o'clock closing time?
We do have the applicant present, so I'll just let them respond to that.
Erin Foster, Raising King. So the operating hours at 9:30 to 3:30 are our standard operating hours. We do have many locations with these operating hours that operate successfully. However, you will see other sites that do have the operating hours adjusted, and that is based on our customer needs.
So what I'm saying is would you be open or not open to adjusting your hours based on our needs, not necessarily your customers' needs?
Yes, it would be open to discussion.
Good, Nicole or Tara, anything else? Okay, Nicole?
John, thank you so much for being here. I actually have a few questions for you that I was hoping that you could clarify just from the information in the packet. One of the things that it sounded like was that there was some concern from some of the folks who are living nearby where this development would be. And it sounded like they were concerned about noise. I just wanted to clarify, was this largely coming from the Boulder Housing Partners, the affordable housing development that's really close by on the other side of Rayback? Is that where those comments were coming from? Or is it okay if I ask that?
Well, I think there were comments coming from folks west of the Rayback operation. To be honest, I'm not precisely sure where the residences of these people were. They indicated they were close, but it wasn't obvious to me whether they were in the building that you're talking about, or but certainly some from the west.
Thank you. And then another question that I have is, if planning board's decision stands, if we don't call it up, can the applicant still submit something like a slightly modified plan that you all would then review again in planning board that might do a better job of meeting these criteria according to your perspective?
Yes, we did go through that question, and we're told that the applicant can submit another application. I think there's a $100 or $200 fee, but there's nothing preventing them from coming back with a revised application.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say I had the opportunity to watch a planning board meeting recently, and I was just so impressed with the way that you all are working together, with the thoughtfulness and intention that you are putting into your decisions. And I just wanted to thank you for all the work that you are doing over at planning board. It was truly heartwarming and just really inspirational to see the way that you all were working together and just, you know, keeping our community's best interests in mind. I appreciate that.
Thanks very much, and I'll certainly relay your comments to my.
Very good. Yes, we appreciate your fantastic service to the community. Okay, any other questions? And not seeing any interest in calling this up. Bob, Rachel.
Thanks. I'll have a few things to say here, so I'll just bundle them all together. I am interested in calling this up if there's a majority in council that would like to do that. Let me just mention 5 things quickly. And I want to call this up because I like to understand this better. I read all the materials and I appreciate what staff pulled together, but I have a lot of questions. I'd like to, number one, I'd like to understand what the current permitted use is and why this proposed use is inconsistent with what is permitted. Number 2, I would like to understand, planning staff actually worked with this applicant for 2 years, and eventually they kind of struck a deal, and planning staff recommended this, and then planning board disagreed with them. So I'd like to understand a little bit better what planning staff saw in the project that caused them to recommend it, and what planning board saw in the same project that caused them to take a different view. Number 3, I'd like to understand what, and Tara already started going down this path, what changes might be made in the application that the planning board had concerns about, but which the applicant might accept. For example, the planning board members seem to be concerned about the proposed hours of operation, and we just heard from the applicant that they might be willing to consider some changes there. And similarly, the planning board, some planning board members expressed concerns about traffic circulation and curb cuts. I'd like to understand better if some of those concerns can be addressed by amendments to the application and reconfiguration of the project. Number 4, there seems to be a lot of discussion at planning board about the fact that this restaurant would be a drive-through, and that drive-throughs are no longer consistent with Boulder values and should be frowned on. I don't think that's our policy, at least not adopted by council. Maybe it should be our policy. That's a discussion for another day. But there seemed to be a lot of criticism about the fact that this was a drive-through, and I think staff reflected in the materials that there are 3 drive-throughs already within a quarter mile of this property. And in fact, on this property, there were already 2 drive-throughs, which the applicant proposes to collapse into 1 drive-through. So it's actually a reduction in drive-throughs. I think that any owner of property in this town who has a drive-through service or has a property where a drive-through service is permitted would want to hear if council is going to adopt a policy, or a planning board is going to adopt a policy that says drive-throughs henceforth are not going to be permitted in the city. I think that would be a pretty important policy discussion for us to have out loud, not on a case-by-case basis. And if folks want to have that discussion, calling this up would seem to be a good forum for that. And then finally, with all due respect to the property owner, I think this property is blighted. These 2 buildings have been vacant for many, many years. They're unsightly. They are attracting illicit behavior. As a matter of fact, there was an arson in one of them not too long ago. And I'm really worried that if this denial continues, that these buildings will sit there and they will become more and more derelict. They will attract illicit behavior. They're very, very unsightly. I'm embarrassed to go by them. And I wonder what our visitors to our town who drive up 28th Street think. And so I just don't know what plan B is. I mean, there's a plan A on the table, and I think we should talk about plan A and ways we can improve plan A. But if we allow this to be denied, I don't know what plan B is. I think they just sit there for the foreseeable future, and that doesn't seem like a very good outcome. So I'd like to at least, I don't know what we will ultimately decide, but I'd at least like us to have a discussion amongst ourselves about what this could be and how we can make it better. So I would be in favor of calling this out.
Okay, Rachel and then Nicole, and we can take a straw poll or a vote. It would be an actual vote, not a straw poll.
Sure, I'll be brief. It's always troubling to me when staff and a board are entirely misaligned, and so I think it's and also we don't see a lot of denials on something like a use review. So I don't know that I've seen one in my tenure in council yet. So maybe it's my background as a appellate court clerk or an administrative law judge, but I think there's value in, after this applicant spent 2+ years on this application, us providing that level of review and making sure that our policies are being implemented fairly and kind of with due process. So I'm going to favor calling it up.
Nicole?
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking back to our process discussion a little bit last week, and just the ways that we were talking through how can we avoid putting more work on our plates, right? I think, this is the case where planning board had an incredibly thoughtful discussion. They've left open, some options for folks to come back. This is something that I feel very comfortable delegating to planning board, just given the thought and intention that went into their thinking and process. And so I'm not going to be supporting calling this up. I think this is something where we can let one of our very well functioning boards take it for us and give us some time to work on other things.
Tara and then Mark.
I think I want to call this up, and that is because I remember when we were talking about Horton Pharmaceutical, and I wish that I would have taken the time to go visit and really think about it. And sometimes rushing isn't the best, especially, it's a relatively big deal to the people who spent the 2+ years. So just for that reason alone, just to be able to go there and think about it, look at it, consider what Bob said, I am going to vote to call it up.
Mark?
I'm going to agree with Nicole on this. This is not the kind of work we ought to be doing as a city council. And as Nicole points out, we have a very well-functioning board that has looked at this carefully. I would urge our planning board, I would urge our staff to work with this applicant to shape something that's more acceptable, that can be brought to us without controversy, that we can all agree to. But for us to be micromanaging an application for a restaurant is really not what our job ought to be about. It doesn't mean we don't want to see something better, as Bob said, in that location. I would certainly agree with that, but I think we can achieve getting there with a process in which the applicant works with the planning board. I have not found them to be insane individuals. I think they will cooperatively work with the applicant. Our staff is extremely talented. I would hope that they would work with the planning board and the applicant and take this off of our plate, because this is not what we ought to be doing. Shall we be commenting on their exhaust system, or their ceiling heights, or the materials they use in the building? It's not our job, and we have people for whom it is their job and who do it quite well. So I would like to see a process by which this goes back to not for pure rejection, not for telling the applicant that you're dead in the water, but to ask our planning board to work with this applicant to try to come to some agreement and bring it to us in a cooperative way, rather than than our getting into the minutia of whether this is an appropriate development for this site. That doesn't make any sense to me. And again, I have not found that we are shy of work items to deal with. This ought not to be one of them. That's what I got.
Matt.
Thank you. I agree with what Nicole and Mark laid out. I think that, while we do have a lot of drive-throughs in the area, I don't know that any of them have sort of the 2-lane situation that this has, and kind of the intensity of the suggested use of this drive-through seems different than what we see in this area. I think about, Good Times is not that far away, and I see people walk and bike there. They have a walk-up counter that's separate from their drive counter. I think that, that we're not, I didn't see this as planning board saying that no drive-through would ever be acceptable there. It was the way this particular drive-through was designed, and sort of the intent of use that seemed, the intensity of that use that seemed maybe at odds with the character. Thank you.
Thanks. Matt?
Thanks, Aaron. I'm going to agree with Lauren, Nicole, and Mark. I'm not sure we need to be reconciling the differences that are just literally clearly stated in the document that planning board and the applicant can reconcile. I think we setting some precedent that when our boards and commissions unanimously make a decision, I think given the work we have to do, we have to have trust in that, and we have to have trust in the appointments we've made and the work that they do and the due diligence that they take to reach those conclusions. And I think that this wasn't as it was mentioned, this isn't just shutting the door, that this is an irreconcilable difference here. I think these are very easy things to figure out, and maybe just got to throw it in the hopper a little bit and sort out those differences. So I'd much rather that be the case than we need to be the arbiter of how to reconcile those differences. I think they're manageable, and that can be done by planning board and the applicant.
Good. I'll just call myself briefly. I feel like I'm up for digging into the criteria and see how they might be applied, whether it's this way or differently, or there are conditions that might make this successful. So I'll vote to call it up, but we'll see how it goes. We call for a vote here. Well, we'll need a motion, right, to call this up.
I move to call it up.
I'll second.
Okay. And Alicia, can I do a show of hands here?
We would need to do a roll call, sir.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. We will start this roll call with Councilmember Weiner.
I vote to call it up.
Yates.
I also vote to call it up.
Benjamin.
No.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes, to call up.
Councilmember Joseph.
No.
Spear.
No.
And Wallach.
No.
The motion to call up item 3B, the use review application for 3033 28th Street, is defeated by a vote of 5-4.
Okay, well, thanks everyone for the discussion. And I think we did hear a lot of interest from council in the applicant, maybe consulting some more with planning board about the possibility of bringing back a revised proposal. So it sounds like there's general interest in that. So maybe see if you can pursue that avenue, and maybe there's a win-win out there somewhere to be found, I think is the summary. John, thanks so much for joining us tonight and for your work on the planning board. And Shabnam, thanks for the presentation. Okay, we have one final call up.
Yes, sir. That is item 4C on tonight's agenda. It is the landmark alteration certificate to install cementitious siding at 456 Mapleton Avenue. City of Boulder, Colorado, a contributing property in the Mapleton Hill Historic District under Chapter 9-11, Historic Preservation, BRC 1981.
All right. Any interest in calling this one up or asking any questions or anything? All right. Shaking. Okay. Well, at least we got one quick one tonight. So no interest in calling this one up. Okay. I want to do a temperature check. I do not want to talk for 15 minutes about whether we should keep going this meeting. So, but maybe if people just wanted to offer a quick thought or two, and we could maybe do a straw poll on whether we want to continue. Anybody want to offer the first? I mean, I can keep moving, but Mark?
Yeah, this is my hard stop, so I'm going to jump out.
Okay. Well, if we miss you, I believe, Teresa, in terms of our rules, I think we still are within them to start something now. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, the rules contemplate that you don't start any new items after 10:30 without a 2/3 majority vote. So you certainly can start now. At 10:30, you would still need a motion to continue the meeting. Well, if you're going to continue past 11, you would need a motion to do that.
Can I just get a straw poll and raise a visual hand on how many people would like to go ahead and address this tonight? I got 5. Was there 4.5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Lauren, you got a call one way or the other, I think.
Do it.
All right. Well, Mark, I'm very sorry to lose you, but we'll please send any follow-up questions that you have, and please do watch tomorrow from the recording. All right. So let's have a presentation, and looking forward to the update on the CAN.
All right. Sounds great. Alicia, did you read it, Alicia, or can I go straight to Natalie?
No, just for the record, thank you, Nuria. For the record, this is item 6A, matters from the city manager, the core arterial network CAN update.
And just, a big thanks to Natalie and her team who have stuck it out. I know they've got lots to say on this update. So Natalie, it's yours.
Thank you. And thanks, Council. Good evening. I'm going to keep it super brief. I'm the Interim Director of Transportation and Mobility, Natalie Stifler, and I want to just hand it over to Valerie Watson. She's our Transportation Planning Manager Extraordinaire. She oversees the Transportation Planning Division, and she's going to take it from here. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Natalie, and good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Valerie Watson, Transportation Planning Division Manager with the City of Boulder, joined tonight by Garrett Slater, Principal Engineer for Capital Projects, and Devin Joslin, our Principal Traffic Engineer. And tonight, and I'm so sorry, were we going to bring up the presentation through staff? Thanks. And next slide. And tonight I'll be offering an overview of the department's efforts to launch our work plan for the core arterial network, along with some updates on where we are at with initiating community engagement and design for our priority corridors. Next slide. So first, let's cover a bit of background. The concept of a core arterial network started as a light bulb moment for a member of our Transportation Advisory Board, Alex Weinheimer. Our busiest streets connect us to an array of day-to-day destinations, and they're a critical piece of the overall mobility network, yet we don't often connect the dots with our various projects. In January of this year, Boulder City Council elevated this concept as one of its 10 priorities for city departments, tasking transportation and mobility with generating a plan for the CAN. And it's a vision that we share as planning and engineering professionals for the future of our city. And it reflects many of the projects and design approaches already identified in the 2019 Transportation Master Plan. And we have advanced this concept into a strategic work plan for the core arterial network that aligns and prioritizes city resources to bring this vision to fruition. And we appreciate Council's leadership on this. Next slide, please. So first, let's talk a little bit more about what the CAN is and what it's not. The CAN highlights the importance of a layered network of arterial streets. Some arterial streets should have modal priority, as in special emphasis on design elements that make it safer, more comfortable, and more convenient to take the bus or ride a bike, and that sidewalks and crossings for people walking serve everyone, whether you're stepping out of your car to walk to a shop or getting off of your bike to lock it up and catch the bus. We see the CAN as the next frontier for Boulder mobility. Building from the existing world-class network of on-street facilities, off-street multi-use paths, neighborhood streets, underpasses, and transit priority streets, we can close the gaps that exist in our overall network so that anyone can find a connected, consistent route to where they need to go no matter how they get around. As you can see on this map, we have already made a lot of progress over the years implementing big projects on our big streets. The beauty of the concept that City Council has directed us to pursue is that it complements that work and focuses investment so that almost every corner of the city is within walking or biking distance of a network that will take you anywhere in the city and beyond. And as we articulated in the memo for this item, we have advanced the concept of the CAN into a work plan. And this work plan is shown in blue lines on this map on the screen. It's important to note that progress has already been made on building out infrastructure along the CAN, shown in dark gray lines on the map. And we continue to make progress every day with an ongoing suite of projects. Our work plan involves finding opportunities to accelerate remaining projects along this identified network through strategic reallocation of staff and funding resources. Let's also talk a little bit about what the CAN is not. The CAN is not one project, and it's not a plan that will sit on the shelf. Rather, it's an approach to maximizing and focusing our limited resources where they can have the most impact for Boulder and the planet. Next slide. We should also note that the CAN concept prioritized by Council and the corridors represented in the work plan have all been identified previously in our strategic planning and policy documents. The 2019 Transportation Master Plan identified both Folsom and Iris as streets for future corridor studies, and all of the corridors with a bicycle facility focus, with the exception of Pearl Street, were designated as candidates for protected bicycle lanes in the 2019 Low Stress Walk and Bike Network Plan. 28th, Broadway, East Arapahoe, these are all corridors identified as candidates for bus rapid transit and other transit enhancements in the NAMS, or the Northwest Area Mobility Study, our regional transit plan with RTD and neighboring jurisdictions. And our Vision Zero Safe Streets report and our ongoing work on the Vision Zero Action Plan update also address CAN work plan corridors. Starting with our Transportation Master Plan as the overarching policy document, and building from these other plans and efforts, the CAN work plan is the prioritization of the policy direction and the project candidates that are found throughout all of these documents. And we will work to implement the CAN through the programs such as the Capital Improvements Program, Pavement Management Program, and Vision Zero, the things that are listed at the bottom right of this slide. Next slide, please. When it comes to designing and implementing projects along the CAN, there's a human cost to consider: the incidence of crashes resulting in serious or fatal injuries. The 2022 Vision Zero Boulder Safe Streets report found that a majority, or 67%, of traffic crashes that result in serious injury or death occur on Boulder's arterial streets. And 44% of total citywide serious and fatal crashes occur along streets identified in the CAN work plan. The Vision Zero Action Plan update currently underway has a strong focus on the CAN work plan corridors, allowing us to integrate crash analysis and countermeasure pairing into the overall project development process. Next slide. We also know that focusing investments along the corridors in the CAN work plan reaches a fair portion of the overall Boulder residential population. This visualization shows that residential density is consistently higher along these corridors, meaning that these future connections are within steps of 63% of Boulder residents. An even higher percentage, 89% of Boulder residents who live in group settings, such as university dorms, live within a half mile of the CAN work plan corridors. Next. Access to opportunity is a huge part of our COVID recovery. Although we hear a lot about housing affordability and rent burden, we also know that transportation is the second highest household cost. Connecting people to jobs with a range of mobility choices is a part of lifting up those in our community who have experienced a lot of financial hardships. And this visualization on the screen shows that 71% of Boulder jobs are within a half mile of a CAN corridor. Next slide. When we consider our bus routes within Boulder, 6 of the 13 CAN work plan corridors carry high quality bus service, meaning headways of less than 15 minutes. And in terms of who we are connecting, 75% of total average citywide daily boardings and alightings, and that's people getting on and off the bus, are happening along or within a half mile of CAN work plan corridors. Next slide. Lastly, this map shows a snapshot of the incredible wealth of community destinations that fall along or within walking distance of corridors on the CAN work plan. All of these factors combined make a strong case that the investment of our limited resources will have a reach far beyond the individual CAN corridor project areas. Next, let's talk about how this will roll out. Next slide. This slide maps out our work plan for the CAN. You'll see that 7 of the council identified CAN corridors are active projects, meaning that they are either already in design or approaching construction. Then we have our priority corridors, the 3 streets that are listed at the top of this schedule. And we have taken stock of opportunities such as our pavement management program to accelerate the initiation of design and community engagement for these projects. And that's Baseline Road, Iris Avenue, and Folsom Street. Many of our CAN corridors have grant funding already attached. We're also pursuing additional opportunities to assemble external funding for CAN corridors. And with external grant funding also comes timeline considerations. So this schedule reflects that for our ongoing and future projects. Next slide. As we have worked to reallocate staff resources to start our work on the CAN and developed an associated schedule, we have been mindful of previous similar projects and the lessons learned. The typical project development process for projects like the ones under consideration for our priority corridors is composed of multiple phases shown on this slide. Based on lessons learned from previous work, this approach to the priority corridors seeks to accelerate the overall timeline for project delivery as compared to previous efforts. Along the way, there are many factors that can influence the trajectory of a corridor project and project delivery, some listed at the bottom of this slide. So we are committing to a steady pace for initiating design and community engagement on our 3 priority corridors so that we use our staff and funding resources efficiently and account for the twists and turns that can come along the way. It's also important to note that community engagement is a continual part of the overall project development process. And it's also conducted strategically to inform the street design, not to consult the community on whether or not to do the project, which has already been established by previous community engagement on the adopted transportation master plan and low stress walk and bike network plan, among other policy efforts. So with this new approach to project development, community engagement runs concurrent to the design process instead of adding to the overall timeline. While input from consultation with the public is most concentrated toward the beginning of the process, as you can see with the gradient on the yellow bar, there are feedback loops that inform street design every step of the way. As shown on this slide, input from the public has the most influence early on, and that's why investing in a community engagement strategy and doing that preparation and legwork to establish community relationships and local knowledge for each project corridor, including steps to ensure it's an equitable process, are so important. Next slide. We will initiate design and community engagement along the 3 priority corridors starting this year through 2023. These projects were selected for their value to the network in terms of providing enhanced multimodal north-south and east-west connectivity that's currently lacking in those areas of the city, as well as the opportunity to couple our improvements with scheduled pavement resurfacing. Next slide. We have assembled initial funding for the 3 CAN priority corridors by reallocating budgets from existing program areas, and we're going to continue to scope additional budgetary needs as we get further along. As shown on this slide, we have already identified $1,215,000 for initiating design of the priority corridors in this year and next. These funding sources were previously earmarked for an update to the Transportation Master Plan, which will now be delayed until 2024 or beyond, the Neighborhood Speed Management Program, Neighborhood Green Streets Program, as well as other small pockets of funds. And these work programs will be paused indefinitely to reallocate funding and staff time to this CAN work plan. And they were selected because they relate to neighborhood or local streets where there are less severe crashes. And although there are trade-offs to pausing this work on local streets and our master plan update, Council requested these bold moves to accelerate work on our arterials, where the majority of severe crashes are occurring in the city. Additionally, we are leveraging our local dollars to pursue state and federal grant funding opportunities for other CAN corridors, such as DRCOG Transportation Improvement Program, TIP, call for projects. And we're happy to share that our Revitalizing Main Streets application that relates to the Colorado corridor of the CAN was successful and is going to bring over $1 million to complete that work. And our current DRCOG sub-regional TIP applications submitted in June of this year, if successful, would garner over $9.2 million in funds for CAN-related work. Next slide. As we embark on our corridor level work, we will develop a community engagement strategy for each corridor tailored to the unique characteristics of the neighborhoods in which we will be working. Community engagement is an integral part of the overall project development process. Feedback from the community on existing conditions, challenges, and opportunities, that local knowledge, it will be used to shape the overall street design process. We want to strengthen relationships with our community-based organizations and advocacy partners in this, as well as develop new relationships to broaden the reach and quality of our engagement. Earlier this year, we also established a collaboration through the Boulder Walks program to offer community engagement support for individual CAN projects, such as walk audits, Spanish language, and older adult-focused engagement activities. And we're collaborating with community cycles to support bike abouts and other engagement efforts and connect with local community members through their channels. Next slide. Now that we've discussed an overview of the CAN initiative work plan, let's take a look at what's in store for Baseline Road, the first of our 3 CAN priority corridors. Next. This year, we've been hard at work gearing up internally to kick off community engagement and design for Baseline. In the pre-design phase of the street design process, we start by understanding the community context and the social climate in which we are working. When you think about this stretch of Baseline from 30th to Mohawk, there are several parks, schools, childcare centers, places of worship, and these are places people who live within walking or bicycling distance. These are places they go for daily needs, as well as people who live in the broader community or even outside of Boulder. Looking at this context reveals a lot about who we should be connecting with. Note that there are over 3,000 university students, 3 facilities serving older adults, 5 public schools, and 11 childcare centers, not to mention parks, places of worship, and bus stops. We know from the Vision Zero Boulder Safe Streets report that people walking and bicycling are overrepresented in our severe crash data. We can tailor our engagement activities to ensure that we are reaching the folks who have the most at stake to changes in the street. Next slide. As we think about the Baseline corridor as an example, understanding this community context is one of the first steps to evaluating the overall project approach with the city's racial equity tool. We appreciate the work to establish the racial equity framework and tool and Council's leadership on this. As part of each CAN corridor, we plan to conduct this early analysis and have relationship building conversations before embarking on our CAN work. Leveraging the city's Community Connectors program is one opportunity to work with community contacts who are trusted within their own neighborhoods and establish these relationships early on before discussing future changes to the street. As we begin the design process, we will also take note of the language access needs in the neighborhood and weave in translation and interpretation services for information materials and engagement events per the city's language access plan. We have heard feedback from some of our partners that they want to see this work proceed more swiftly to address crashes. And yes, that is our aim. And we also want to be really intentional in how we approach this accelerated process to make sure that we are staying true to the city's racial equity goals and values. Next slide. Now let's take a look at what's in store for Baseline in terms of project process. We see this CAN corridor being implemented in 2 phases. Phase 1 will couple upgrades to the existing buffered bike lane with pavement resurfacing in 2023, next year, using local dollars. Phase 2 will develop a more holistic set of multimodal improvements, including further augmenting bike lane protection installed in Phase 1, pedestrian enhancements, and transit efficiency improvements. And this second phase is subject to pending grant application. And let's talk about that for a second. Recognizing our funding resources are limited, we have acted swiftly this year to submit a TIP application in the current call for projects cycle. That's the DRCOG Transportation Improvement Projects grant funding opportunity. And we'll hear a little bit more about our chances of being successful with that competitive grant process in August or September. Next slide. This slide details a preview of the community engagement events currently being planned to start next month through the end of the year to inform the start of the conceptual design phase of the overall project development process. Although community engagement and design will continue into the new year, keep in mind that this early work is the most intensive phase of engagement. Next slide. Right now, let's talk about overall immediate next steps for the CAN initiative. Next. We invite you to partner with us as projects ramp up, particularly our 3 priority corridors. Help us broadcast community engagement opportunities, project updates, and general information about the initiative. We welcome City Council's input as well on key stakeholders that we should engage with along these corridors. Next. We have launched a website so that our efforts on the CAN work plan are easily accessible and digestible. We have set it up so that it can evolve and grow over time and house corridor-specific project information. So look for updates on the website in the coming weeks. Next slide. As far as immediate next steps this year for the CAN initiative, we'll be starting up community engagement and design for Baseline, as we just covered. And we'll also be shaping up our community engagement strategy and overall project approach for IRIS. And in November, we look forward to returning to you all at Council for a study session with a stop at TAB leading up to that. Next slide. With that, here's the website for the CAN, and we're now available to take your questions.
Thanks so much for that, Valerie. That was very helpful. Great work that's going on there. Questions for Valerie? Tara.
I'm very excited about this, Valerie. But I do have one question, being that I do ride my bike up and down Baseline. Can you tell me, the scary part is by Sprouts before 30th Street. And we have the flashing lights, people are crossing the street over there. I hope that I always get hit by a car going in and out of the McDonald's drive-through, plus all the other things that are going on. Tell me why there's nothing happening before. I'm sure there's a reason. Just tell me why there's nothing happening before 30th Street.
Yeah, and I'll start off, and happy to also hear from Devin or Garrett on this. So our project limits for Baseline are really driven by our pavement management program, where we will be resurfacing the street next year. But for any CAN corridor, even though we have project limits that are really defined by technical aspects like that, we can always look a little bit further outside of those extents to take note of other projects that may be coming in to address safety issues. We may be able to look at other types of minor improvements to make sure there's connectivity. So thank you for that feedback, and we can certainly think about that as we move forward with this project. Garrett or Devin, anything to add?
I would just add that we do have a capital improvement project forthcoming that is going to relocate and reconfigure the pedestrian crossing that you're noting and make it a little further east so that it interacts with those driveways in a less awkward manner and makes it safer for all the users.
Great. Matt and Nicole.
Oh, this is awesome. I think back to January when we were doing the retreat, and here we are, and to see this take shape is really exciting. So thank you, Natalie, and thank you, Valerie, for this. My questions kind of center around this sort of duality that has sort of been posed to you, which is, can you expedite? And oh, by the way, here's more process, and the conflict that inherently creates. Council's been good at doing that. So really my question comes down to how can are there policies or processes that council has the authority or the power to modify or eliminate that are hurdles to perhaps staff moving at another gear or at a speed that it may want to go, but is maybe hindered by some of the things that maybe council has put in there. And so I know that some of that process is really important, but I'm also understanding that the can kind of came about in reverse order a little bit because it was already predetermined where we were working, what we were doing when it sort of got delivered. Whereas some of that community engagement would have happened much earlier in where we're going to work and how and when. And so I think we kind of skipped some of those steps in how CAN was delivered to council and then thus approved. So I'm wondering where there's places to trim, and really would love to get your thoughts on how we can help you move along a little faster rather than staff just needing to decide on its own where to trim process. I think this would be good, not just for CAN, but good for overall, because I think we're a little process bloated as a whole. And this might be a good example for us to kind of look internally and how we can expedite some of our process improvements that we ask staff to take on and expedite these projects that are for the better good.
I'm happy to jump in here and thanks, Councilmember Benjamin. I think, from staff's perspective, I think we're moving pretty quickly. And as Valerie outlined, the kind of our process with baseline is we really are going to be expediting the work there. I think we are using our transportation master plan kind of framework and the low stress walk and bike network to be able to support it from a policy standpoint, the work that we want to do. And we really do think that the community engagement process that we've laid out is super important from the standpoint of we want to hear from people who live along these corridors, because we can't assume to know what the solutions are without talking to them. And then certainly the racial equity piece, that's a priority for us, and we want to make sure that we give that time. But in saying that, we are, I think, moving pretty quickly. And where there will be a touch point with council again, which is likely going to be in that November fall timeframe, where there will be an opportunity there for, I think, council to take a look and kind of see what work we've done to date at that point and kind of what our plan is going forward, and provide more additional feedback on kind of what we're hearing and how we move forward in that concept design phase.
Thank you for that, Natalie. And the only thing I'll just add is we've asked you to be bold. And I know that may not, that asking that maybe has some baggage and some scars from previous projects. And I just want to, one, give that oxygen and acknowledge that's the case, but also let you know that we absolutely, and I'll just speak for myself, have staff's backs to achieve these goals that we've set in working together. And so when we say be bold, we take the accountability for that ask to ask you to be bold, and will not in any way pull the rug out. That we truly want you to be bold and want you to move in whatever way achieves that. And we've got your backs to make sure that happens. So I just know that there's some sensitivities around that from past things, and I just want to give that oxygen, but also acknowledge that we got your backs, and we want to see this come to fruition as well.
I appreciate that.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my audio and video just suddenly cut out, and I just switched to a backup audio method. So pardon me for having my camera off. Nicole.
Thank you. And Aaron, it was so strange. Your voice kind of came out of nowhere.
Right.
Thank you, Natalie and Valerie, for the great presentation. Thanks, transportation staff. To me, I understand that things move sometimes, like we wish they could move overnight and they don't. I've seen an incredible pivot. I mean, to me, to all that you've accomplished in 6 months, to kind of get all this spun up and moving forward, I really just, it's pretty remarkable. I just wanted to give you kudos first on the employment density map. That is a cool visualization. And I just wanted to thank you for that, because it really highlights the importance of this particular corridor for a lot of our workers, and thinking about how we can kind of get people into town and around town who are working here without single occupancy vehicles. So that was really cool. Thank you for that visualization. My question is kind of a process question. I think it relates a lot to transportation. A lot of the times the projects you all are working on, they're not things that are done in a month or two. They are things that span years at a time. And what's the process with longer term projects like this of keeping things going across councils, right? Because this work is going to be ongoing for many years to come. I will likely be gone before it's fully finished. And so how does that work?
Sure, I'm happy to start on that, and my colleagues can jump in. I think one, through our transportation master plan, really kind of making it a priority within the work that we do, and it is. I think we've been able to outline this kind of very strategic plan and how we're going to move forward from a work program standpoint. But all of this is consistent with our transportation master plan. And so I think council can feel confident that it's, from a policy standpoint, it's baked into the transportation master plan and the corridors that we want to focus on. And then adding on to that is the Vision Zero action plan work that our transportation operations engineering team is doing. They're in the midst of that work right now. They're actually planning to come to council later this year. And that will be an opportunity for this council to kind of help see what they want to be included in that action plan. And then that action plan is going to live on for many years. And that's going to help kind of create the action that we're going to follow through on over the next several years to make our arterials safer and all of our streets safer. So that will be another opportunity where this will continue to live on. And I think really the CAN is going to live on, past just the next year of our work program, because this work, as Valerie mentioned, and as Garrett can attest to, once it gets into the CIP and into our TIP applications and all of the kind of external funding sources that we need to go after to make big transportation infrastructure projects happen, that's where they start to live and gain life. And, as we start to fund little pieces, we want to, create corridors and create a network. And so we'll continue on with that work. So I think, council can feel confident that it will continue on. And I don't know if my colleagues have anything to add to that.
Thank you. I appreciate your giving us that insight.
Very good. Well, I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so I'll just add another thank you. It's really wonderful to see this coming to fruition, and very excited about the next stages in realizing this network. So huge thank yous.
Thank you.
Very good. All right. Well, I feel like my computer's about to explode. It's doing all kinds of crazy things. So let's see if we can wrap this up before that happens. Any last thoughts before we finish the meeting? Seeing none. Oh, and I'll just say sorry for no break tonight. We got so wrapped up in discussions about what the schedule is going to be like. I never found those 5 minutes. I'll get better at combining both. All right. Well, thanks everyone for a good meeting, and I'll go ahead and gavel is closed here at 10:36 p.m.